mold, whose fingerprint is on the cold, whose breath inside the mold. $1 billion prayer answered in a petri dish. Tell me, is that heaven? Or just a hostage with a halo?
Blueprints signed by ghosts in suits, white coats, offshore loot, Epstein Island, Santa Fe, secret pay, recruit the youth. Game me code and mantra, chant a conscious evolution. MetaMask for technocrats who harvest data like communion. Noosphere surveillance, tell our dreams and server racks. Pearson Thiel bankroll a stack, AI gods on proxy tracks. They weaponize redemption, edit sins with CRISPR pens. Code of spirit, keep the shell, rewrite the meek to fit their ends.
Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who wants tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted routine? Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who wants tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted
routine? TikTok prophets I love, but silence the devils they serve. Swapping our doubt for dopamine, selling the sky on reserve. Anti-rivalrous sermons mask the prophet in the plot, while drones carve halos in the air for those they chose to swap. Bypass pipelines, prime belief, influencers echo the creed. ID weave spinning the feed, complexity cloaks the greed. Edge foundation, last questions, answer the hidden labs. Paradise lost in an NFT, traded for server slabs. Upload the conscience, auction the flesh, legislate death through a silicone mesh. Run that test, bet your breath, who's your God when the code out lives your chest, oh!
Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who home tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted routine? Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who home tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted routine?
If the future's a marketplace and the soul's on clearance, remember, a bargain with a ghost still costs you your breath.
I woke up to silence, but the war had begun. They froze my account, said I'd done something wrong. Wasn't no crime, just living free. Now the system got a chain on me.
They took my savings, my future, my land, with a single code line and a government hand. Said it was safety, said it was green, but all I see is tyranny behind the screen. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. the same old swamp, just changed its brand. He banned the front door, opened the back, signed the bills that launched the final attack. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genders ain't freedom, quality ain't clear. It's a cage they build while we cheer. Your gold, your guns, your voice, your name, they'll digitize it all, then shift the blame. Palantirizing AI chains, freedom dying slow in patriotic flames. This ain't about safety, it's control in disguise. With your ID, your face, your tears, your time, they wrapped it in stars, sold it with pride. But freedom's bleeding out from the inside. DEFCON 1, and they call it peace, but I still got breath. I still believe we can break the code, escape the scheme, turn this nightmare back into a dream. Well, I heard a story about a ledger in the dark. Names in the pages leaving their mark. Back in 2010 on an island breeze, Brock Pierce talking about currencies, Epstein sitting there taking notes, tethered dreams in a banker's coat. Next door lived a man named Lutnick, Wall Street sharp and his deals came quick. Sister raised a flag on the open sea, Terramar sailed where the eye can't see. Names in the ledger, gold in the hand, money like water running over the sand. If you follow that trail, son, here's what you'll find. The chains ain't on your feet, they're tied round your mind. White Dream, Peter Thiel shook hands. Valor Ventures in some quiet lands. Reid Hoffman opening the back room door. Carbine watching from the ceiling floor. MIT built a code in the dead of night. CBDC dreams in a lab's cold light. SigWit split that Bitcoin train. Store of value was the new refrain. The names in the ledger, gold in the hand, money like water running over the sand. If you follow that trail, son, here's what you'll find. The chains ain't on your feet, they're tied round your mind. Project Hamilton and bread. 1.7 million beats in the shadow of death. They called it progress, but I call it control. It's the same old story in a brand new road. Names in the ledger, gold in the hand, money like water running over the sand. If you follow that trail, son, here's what you'll find. The chains ain't on your feet, they're tied round your mind. Don't just watch the money, watch the hands that hold the pen.
They said it's for safety. They said it's for peace. But they put the cage up first, then they hid the keys.
Roger Veer, 109 years. Ian framed up, engineered with fears. Roman road code made privacy strong. They call it a crime when freedom belongs.
We won't let them fade away. We will shout their names today. Free Round Joyville, free Eon, free Roman, free them now.
Follow the law and still put them in chains. Freedom's the target, controls the game. Change the face, but the hands the same. Cash in the vault while they curse your name. We will not be silent. We will not stand by. Their fight is our fight till the day they fly. Free Rise over. Free Elon. Free Roman. Free them now. Free them now! Free them now! Free with your man! E-E-O-N! Free Roman! Free the man! Free them now!
Click, click. Click. Click, click. Click the little box, don't read the line. It's all binding, buddy, sign after sign. The devil's got a lawyer and he's working for free. He'll rent your own shadow for a monthly fee. Ain't no pen, ain't no face, just a phantom contract in a database. Agree, that's the key. You don't own nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a finger, blood on the screen. Terms and conditions in a corporate dream. They'll leash you the sunlight, the shoes on your feet. They'll auction your laughter down on Market Street. A box unchecked is a door that won't open. The future's foreclosed and the contract's been spoken. Click wrap chains, man, they never break. Even God signed once by mistake. Agree, that's the key. You don't own nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a shy. Scroll down the page, let your freedom die. No exit door, no midnight train. Just a click here, tattoo carved into your brain. Agree, agree, that's the key. You don't know nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a finger, blood on the screen. Terms and conditions in a corporate dream. You're mine now.
All right, welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. This is season 2, episode 23. I hope you're enjoying these songs. I actually like the new one, Terms and Conditions, which is particularly relevant for tonight. So usually I try to make a new song each episode based on the content for the night. Sometimes I run out of time, sometimes I don't. But usually the last song that you're going to hear before I come on is going to be the newest song and the one that's most related to the theme. So tonight's theme is OwnNothing Rebellion. I've actually created a website that I'm going to give everybody access to. It's not ready for prime time by any stretch of the imagination, but it is ready for some alpha testing and some early participation, as well as for people to sign up. And the whole theme of it is something that I've talked about before, and I've written an article that discussed it. And as I've been researching it more, I think this is a really important topic, which is this whole idea of, I would make the argument that we are already 80 to 90% of the way there to owning nothing. And that this has happened subtly over the last few decades through what are called click wrap agreements. And so to test this, I wanted to actually start analyzing these contracts, these 30, 40, 50 page documents, and then see what's in them and try to come up with a scoring system that's easy for people to use. I mean, you're not going to be able to read a 5,000 word legal document, but if I could take 8 different criteria and make a score out of it and show you visually what's going on, and then give you a human readable explanation of what the worst terms are in there, then this is something that might open people's eyes to the fact that digital tyranny and this technocracy is not something off in the distant future. It's something that's here now. And I would argue it's already started. The legal part has been going on for a couple of decades. The technical part is the last. So basically, they get us to give up our information, give up our rights, give up our economic ownership in various things. And then they tokenize those things so that they can transfer them over in one fell swoop. This is essentially how they've been laying the groundwork. So technocracy isn't happening overnight. It's been happening over the course of the last few decades. It's just that we now have digital programmable currencies in the form of CBDCs and stablecoins, and we have AI surveillance in conjunction with these changes that have happened legally. So now we're in a position where they can actually execute on their plan. So what I want to do moving forward with the Aaron Day Show, and actually what I'm doing at Daylight Freedom, is to build tools that not only help educate people on a personal level so that they can see what's going on and how it affects them individually, but of course to continue to promote solutions which are based on privacy tokenization, privacy coins, and other things that are outside of the system. But we really need to step it up. So to me, it's important to start building tools and to start building solutions, not just talking about the problem, but showing the problem and building the solutions. I encourage you to check out the last episode, season 2, episode 22. This is one where I actually announced another site that I'm building that's still in the prototype phase that I might go to alpha, I don't know, as early as next week, which I'm calling this kind of the open source version of Palantir, where we're going to be able to graph out and visually connect all of the people involved in technocracy and all of their relationships and follow the money so that we can actually see what we're up against. Because the technocrats are certainly doing this with us. We're being completely surveilled, whether it's financially or through the NSA or now through Palantir. So, again, technology isn't freedom or tyranny. It depends on how you use it. And I think it's time for us to start using the technology to fight back. So I'm very excited about that, because as you probably noticed listening to this podcast or any podcast where somebody's talking about technocracy, or even listening to Alex Jones or whatever it happens to be, by the end, I mean, how are you going to keep all this information straight? So I wanted to create some tools that allow you to do that and to consolidate information to help people that are doing research as well. And the week before that, we had a great special guest who was also on for the Q&A last week, Courtney Turner, and she may even be on tonight. I know she's traveling, but she's going to try to make it. I think Courtney is one of the top people probably in the world in terms of doing research on technocracy, and she has been writing tremendous articles and has done just a ton of interviews. And so very excited about having her on the show, having her participate. And next week on the 27th, August 27th, we're going to be doing a roundtable with me and Courtney and Patrick Wood. That's going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern time. I'll post the details in the link. It's going to be hosted through Patrick Wood, so I don't have the link yet, but this is very exciting because it's critical right now that we educate people about technocracy, especially when you see what's going on with Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, which we'll get to in a bit. This is a quick, snapshot of one of the pages on this Technocracy Atlas that I showed last week. And what I did last week is so Dr. Jack Cruz did a really interesting podcast with this guy, Robert Breedlove, where he tried to make this claim that you could trace Bitcoin's history to the Jewish mob through Meyer Lansky. And you can actually trace all the steps and see how we ended up with Bitcoin. And I thought it was a fascinating interview, but I wanted to understand if it was true, because there's so many relationships and so much information on there that he put forward that I'm like, okay, well, these sound interesting. These individual steps might be plausible, but are they actually true? And that's when I realized, we need something like this, ability to graph out what are the relationships that he's talking about, what are the sources of information, what is the probability of something being true. And this actually can also help us tap down whether or not to do investigative research to say, well, 80% of this is true, but we need to know this one crucial piece. This could actually be a tool used by not only the public in terms of trying to understand these things, but people that are actually working on trying to expose technocracy. We're all trying to figure out who the they are behind these movements towards centralization and technocratic control. And so why not just contribute to an open source free platform that allows us to do that? So I'm very excited about that. I think it's going to be an important tool moving forward. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see it. I'm really excited and grateful to Mike Adams. Mike Adams was hosting the War Room show yesterday, Owen Schroer's show, and he had me on for an hour to talk about AI. And I thought it was a great segment. And I always like talking to Mike. As you may recall, I had Mike on this show a couple of weeks ago. And so he just released a new updated version of his Enoch AI, which is fantastic. I encourage you to check it out. It's actually very helpful for me as I'm doing my research as well, because if you haven't noticed, I mean, while these AI models are powerful, and I use them, I use a lot of them for programming and coding and a variety of different applications, they are still very censored, or it's not even censored. The sources of information that they consider to be valid sources, I take issue with. So when you're trying to study things around technocracy, for instance, it will weight the New York Times or Wikipedia as being a valid source of information, and it won't consider Whitney Webb or Courtney Turner or Patrick Wood. And to me, that's a travesty and also false and inaccurate. So I am really excited about his Enoch AI. You can get it at brighteon.ai, and he's upped all the limits. You can now do 500 queries per day. And he talked about soon he's going to be releasing a downloadable version of this, which I'm incredibly excited about. You'll be able to have all of this information on your computer. You won't even have to connect to the internet. And he's trained his AI on data sets that you will not find anywhere else. I mean, he trained it on Alex Jones's data set, his own Health Ranger data that he's been accumulating over decades. My book is actually in there, I believe, as part of it. And I know, for instance, when he was looking at herbal medicine, he actually took some information, 5,000-year-old information that was in Chinese and actually had it translated and uploaded into the database. So check it out. It's free. It will always be free. You'll be able to download it. I really, truly think this is a gift to humanity that he's put together that we're going to need. Just as we need self-custody crypto, we will need self-custody AI models, as we're starting to see other countries crack down on internet access and so forth. So this is a great tool, and very glad to be on. Was also on recently a two-part episode with Chris Martenson about the Technocracy trap, and have gotten a lot of great feedback on that. So I encourage you to take a look at those interviews as well. I always enjoy talking to Chris, and in fact, we're going to do a follow-up series. We covered Technocracy, but I think we're going to start moving into some other areas, talking about free will and the fact that what we're dealing with here is really a spiritual battle. So I look forward to that. Tomorrow, I'm going to be on with Coffee and a Mic with Michael Ferris. I don't know if you caught this. I was on with him a couple of weeks ago. I really enjoyed being on his show. He's done a lot of really interesting interviews, and in particular, recently he's interviewed David Collum, who you might have heard of. He predicted the 2008 economic collapse. He's from Cornell. He's been right in the middle of all that, and he was recently on Tucker Carlson. In fact, he was on Tucker Carlson yesterday. He made some comment about Hitler that I guess is now completely going viral. So I'm going to be on with Mike and Dave tomorrow at 5:00. I'm not actually sure if that's live, so it may be out shortly after that, but I'm very excited about doing this conversation. I've got a lot of respect for Dave and his work, and I really enjoy being on Coffee and a Mic. So please check that out, and I'll send the link when it's available. Just a quick update. No status update as far as I know on our political prisoners of war. Roger is still facing 109 years, still in Spain, still facing extradition. And so he still needs our help. So please, if you haven't already, sign the open letter at freerogernow.org. The next milestone in this case is on October the 20th. He's going to have a hearing on a motion to dismiss in LA. This has been rescheduled 3 times already. So as we get closer to the date, I will provide more information. I certainly plan on attending if it actually happens, but I will go regardless. But I have now changed flights and hotels a couple of times. And so I encourage you to do the same. And to, when somebody invites you to unfortunately, I've been to a lot of these, when somebody invites you to a federal court hearing, understand that there's a pretty good probability that the time and date may get changed once or twice or more along the way. I also encourage you to help raise awareness around Ian Freeman's case. Unfortunately, his appeal, he lost. It was denied. His last legal recourse now is the United States Supreme Court. So he is in federal prison for 8 years, once again for nothing, for manufactured charges, for conspiracy to commit money laundering. He didn't even commit money laundering. They actually threw that out. And so, conspiracy is what they give you when you're not guilty of anything. And they basically just want to imprison you for political purposes. So Ian needs our help. Ian needs more signatures. These signatures help. I mean, it's free. It only costs you about 30 seconds of your time to fill it out. But it really was important to help secure Ross Ulbricht's pardon. And I think it can be really helpful to help for Roger, Ian, and Roman Storm, who I'll talk about here in a second. So freeiannow.org. And then lastly, we have Roman Storm, who was found guilty of, again, conspiracy to commit money laundering. They dropped the other charges. So he's not looking at, some of the larger, he was looking at potentially 45 years. I think he's now looking at 5 years, but nevertheless, it's ridiculous. He did absolutely nothing wrong. He shouldn't have even been tried, and he's had to spend over $5 million in legal fees thus far. I believe he still is raising money to pay for his legal fees. So please visit freeromanstorm.com, and if you can, please contribute to his case. We're going to continue. I will continue to always do everything that I can to raise awareness and to help and to make introductions for any of our political prisoners of war, particularly those that were targeted by Biden because of his executive order. Those in particular are very important, And they're targeted because these guys were the most effective at either building technology, investing in, or promoting technologies that are a solution to central bank tyranny. This is the reason that these guys were targeted. None of them did anything wrong. And in fact, they'd all consulted lawyers prior to being charged. So it's an absolute tragedy, and we need to keep the pressure up as long as it takes until these guys are out. Just a few more things before we get into the heart of it. More events coming up. And I want to say this, I've decided, I've been working like 18, 20-hour days on building these websites and everything else. And I think I mentioned I'm going to, starting not next week, but the following week, I'm going to move to doing this podcast twice a week. I'm going to be probably at 6 p.m. So on Tuesday and Thursday, because I think there's a lot of valuable content. There are a lot of interviews. And because of these 3 different areas that I'm focused on, there's a lot of information to get out. And so because of how much time I'm spending building products and doing, not only my own podcast, but others, I'm going to be a lot more selective about events that I do moving forward. I think last year, or actually this year, prior to the summer, we were probably traveling between half and 2/3 of the time. And at this point, it's just not worth it for me to do that. I think given the urgency of warning people about technocracy and trying to help people reclaim their free will and build alternatives, it's better that I'm able to stay back and be a little bit more productive. So I may do one event per month, but I'm not going to do this, gone half or more of the time. It's not worth the expenditure of time and money, which isn't to say, if you have a great event and it's a really compelling reason. Honestly, a lot of these events, it's, I end up traveling all over the world and seeing the same people that I might see at home. And so while I do enjoy traveling, we're on kind of a mission here. So with that said, I do have some events coming up. The Brownstone Polyface Retreat. And by the way, Brownstone events are exempt from this. I love Brownstone events, so I will never turn down a Brownstone event. But the Polyface Retreat is coming up at Joel Salatin's farm. This is September the 12th through the 13th. Then I'm going to be at Chris Martinson's event, Peak Prosperity, the next day. This event actually goes from September the 12th through the 14th. I will only be there for the 14th. I really love both of these events, and I wish I could attend both of them fully because they're some of my favorite events. Very engaged audience. I always learn a lot of new information, and the people that go to these events are really eager for the truth and looking for solutions. And so if you haven't been to either of these, I encourage you to check them out. And then I'll be at the Brownstone Annual Conference and Gala, which is October the 31st through November the 1st in Salt Lake City. And I may actually be out in Salt Lake City for other reasons for, either a week before that or a week after that. So if you're in Salt Lake City, hit me up. Would love to get together. I know there's a lot of people out there that are in the crypto community, a lot of people that are interested in, gold backs and alternative currencies. And so if I am out there, would love to get together. All right. Finally, we're about to get to the topic of the day. And just as a reminder, if you're new, the whole point of this podcast and the whole point of everything that I'm doing is this: we're in a war, and that war is technocracy versus freedom. And technocracy is a new form of organization. It's a global organization where we don't have property rights or individual rights, or it doesn't even value free will. It is really about elites picking scientists and engineers to make decisions for people. It's programmable digital currency tied to social credit systems with AI surveillance. This is not just a conspiracy theory. This is a ideological movement that started in the 1930s that you can actually track and trace. Patrick Wood, technocracy.news. I encourage you to check him out if you want to get a fast update, or a thorough update, I should say. In fact, I just signed up. He has a boot camp, a 25-hour boot camp that I've just started that goes into the whole history of technocracy. It's phenomenal information. Honestly, I wish Patrick Wood was, has had 1,000 times the reach that he did, or that he does today, because we'd be in a lot different place. He really opened my eyes to a lot of things that I found shocking when I learned about it. In fact, when I learned about it, I couldn't kind of stop. And I learned about it when I was researching my book, The Final Countdown, and trying to figure out who was behind CBDCs and this whole surveillance state. And boy, you can find out who's behind it. As one example, Patrick's been tracking the Trilateral Commission, and they don't keep their membership list publicly available, but he's been tracking it for 40 years. I actually reached out to him. I was trying to confirm some research and figure out who's on the Trilateral Commission. And he actually sent me over a PDF with all 400 plus names, divided by North America, Europe, Asia. It was, phenomenal to see this. And so a lot of this information has been tracked. You just can't find it anywhere. You can't find it on Google. You can't even find it in these AIs unless you're a prompt engineer, and you can manage to, it's like a video game trying to figure out how to write a prompt that will actually get the information back. So if you don't already know about technocracy, you can't really learn about it through AI. You actually have to be able to use a really finely tuned prompt to get to that answer. So anyway, it's technocracy versus freedom. Free will is at stake, and I would argue tokenization is the battleground. What is empowering and enabling technocracy is the fact that they're tokenizing everything that we own, not just money. So stable coins are tokenized money. CBDCs are tokenized money, but they're not stopping there. They're tokenizing. They're already working on it through the Clarity Act. They're going to tokenize our stocks. They're going to tokenize our bonds, all of the commodities, our homes, real estate, natural assets. All of it is going to be tokenized. And all of our assets are going to have the same trackability, programmability, and censorability that stablecoins and CBDCs have. This is the way that they implement a global technocratic state. This is the reason why you probably heard me talk a lot about Zano and Freedom Dollar and related projects. Zano, in my opinion, is the best technology that we have to combat that, because Zano allows you to tokenize assets privately and trade them without third parties and without the ability of these authoritarians to be able to see what you're doing. This is why it's such a critical technology. It has nothing to do with number go up. It's about the actual utility of being able to trade anything of any value anywhere in the world without anyone knowing about it with low fees. So that's why I'm fascinated about this and excited about it, because it really is our best tool in the fight against technocracy. So I've been figuring out kind of what I'm going to do in these three areas, because I think these are the big ones. One, we need to wake people up to technocracy, and we need to do it very quickly. One of the problems that we're having with all of this is a lot of people confuse technocracy with technology. A lot of people believe that, oh, this is great. We're using AI, we're using all of these technologies to make government more efficient, or it's solving this particular problem. They don't understand the ideology behind it. Once you understand the ideology behind it, you will have a completely different mindset when you see things going on with Peter Thiel and with Elon Musk and everything else. Again, it doesn't mean technology's bad. I use technology literally all the time. If you saw the setup that I have here, it's ridiculous. I probably use 20 different AIs, and I'm running this entire podcast, myself. I actually just bought a new camera. I've got a new computer coming. I love technology. I've been using technology since I was 5. This is one of the things that I talked about with Mike Adams on the show yesterday. Sure, AI could be used to enslave us. That's what the technocrats want. The technocrats want a situation where, and be careful when you see this happening, they say, well, we're going to make government more efficient. I don't want government to be more efficient. I want there to be less government. We don't need the functions of government. I mean, we're at the point right now, because of these technologies and decentralization, and because we've learned about how government operates, the application of AI to it doesn't make it better, it makes it worse. And it turns it into a complete surveillance state. So I don't want to hear about making government more efficient. Why does government even need to be involved in X, Y, and Z area if we have all of these new technologies? But on the flip side, you can use AI to really 100x your work. I mean, I'm going to show you tonight these websites and everything that I'm doing this all myself. And I'm a mediocre coder at best. And I haven't actually coded for a long time until kicking this stuff back up. But if you figure out how to do the prompting, and if you know enough, like I've actually set up an AI project where I'm running it like a company. I've built a virtual management team based on actual people, but the attributes that they have that I would like. I've built a virtual advisory board, and I really think through strategically how to move forward with everything that I'm working on, not just from a coding perspective, but marketing, even having it review legal. I mean, it's at least 100x improvement in productivity. I mean, I'm literally running a virtual team as if it were a real team. And so again, it's really positive, I would say, in that regard. And it's actually improved my thinking as well as my productivity. So I'm not anti-technology, but I'm anti-technocracy. And people need to know the difference or they'll fall for the trap of thinking that it's just making things more efficient with technology. But once we wake people up to technocracy, then the real work begins. Because at the heart of this, we have to take our free will back. We have continued to give up more and more and to externalize our decision-making, our everything, our health, rather than eating healthy foods, exercising, and using, traditional remedies. We've just like, oh, well, we don't care. We'll throw that aside and wait for a pill or for a procedure to fix our problems. And we're increasingly adding, more devices. I do it myself. I mean, I find myself, I have a bed that tells me how well I've slept. I mean, I should be in touch enough with myself to know if I slept well. There's a lot of things now where there's a lot of internal work that we can do, and we need to take back our free will, and we need to take back our conscious control over the decisions that we're making every day. And so part of this involves understanding that we have been programmed and understand who's been programming us, whether it's institutions, whether it's, public government schools that have been indoctrinating us or mainstream media, or now increasingly algorithms. The algorithms are the new mainstream media. People are sitting here saying, oh yeah, we have all this free speech. You have no idea the level to which these algorithms can be fine-tuned. Now you think you have free speech. You don't have free speech. And so making people aware of this and then allowing them, once they've taken control, to then move forward, exercise their free will without influencing them. I mean, the truth is, when you follow a lot of movements that work on things like personal transformation and everything else, they use a lot of the same techniques to help people uninstall their programs, and they use it to then program their subconscious to do whatever it is their agenda is. And you see this with Scientology and cults and NXIVM and a whole variety of other institutions. So the point is not to do that. The point is to help people reclaim their free will and to then exercise it on an ongoing basis. And once you start exercising your free will, you need to be vigilant on an ongoing basis to make sure you don't either relapse or get programmed by a new group. You're either deciding what your thoughts, actions, and emotions are going to be, or somebody else is. And so once you wake up, you have to remain awake. It's easy to fall back asleep. And the people that are trying to program us are using more sophisticated techniques. Tonight's talk is going to be, or the website I'm going to show you, is about how our autonomy has been taken away through contracts. This is a big part of it. And I think by people understanding how far down we are, how close we are to owning nothing, it will change their perspective about how free we actually are. My big statement that I made, I think it was last week or the week before, is that I think Americans may be the most brainwashed people on the planet in terms of the difference, the delta between what we think we are and what we actually are. We'll sit there and point to China. We'll point to these other countries about, oh, well, look at this bad thing that they have over there. And then when you really examine how it works, you find out that it's as bad, if not worse here. But we have the thought that it isn't that way. And that's what I hope to show with this website regarding these contracts. And then lastly, once people have woken up, they've taken back their free will, then we can start building alternatives outside of this technocratic system. That is, the revolution will be tokenized. And I'm not going to say too much about the technocracy takeover. This week, I covered it last week with the site. And, ultimately, I want this podcast to have 3 segments related to each of these things. But every time I jump in and work on one of these things, it ends up being, one focus area for the entire podcast. But, we'll see. As I launch these tools, I think it'll be possible to do kind of short touch-ins on each of these areas. But to talk about how fast technocracy is going, I have said now for months a couple of things. One, that Elon Musk is a technocrat. Elon Musk, it's documented. His grandfather was the head of the Canadian Technocrat Party. He has talked explicitly about setting up a technocracy on Mars. And when you look at the dark MAGA and all of the other stuff that he's been doing and the influence of Curtis Yarvin on not only Musk, but also on Peter Thiel and JD Vance, you realize he's absolutely pushing technocracy. So when he started the America's First Party, I said a couple of things. I said, one, this is a technocracy party. If you look at the platform for America's First, it said we're going to apply AI to the military, then we're going to apply AI to make government more efficient. Again, there's nothing in this statement about making having government have less power. It's about making government more efficient. There's a massive difference. But the other thing that I said, this was on July the 1st, I said Musk will 100% support Palantir bot JD Vance in 2028. Enjoy the PSYOP. Well, it was just announced either today or yesterday that Musk has decided that he's going to back JD Vance in the 2028 election. This was obvious. I mean, to me, because again, I believe this entire thing has been orchestrated the whole time. And I also think Trump probably has ill health and will not finish his term. So I think we're likely to have JD Vance even beforehand. Unfortunately, there are a lot of libertarians that are fooled by JD Vance. I'm getting sick of seeing all these people, oh, this guy's really smart. Oh, they made a lot of money. This is great. We're going to have Palantir in here. Well, these are successful people. And Curtis Yarvin has been pushing this whole idea of a neo-monarchy. I mean, honestly, that's not very libertarian. That's not liberty at all. It's the opposite. Technocracy is the opposite of libertarian, and JD Vance is a vessel for this. So that's the only thing I wanted to say about that, but understand how quickly this is accelerating. We essentially have no options politically. I mean, I'm not even urging people to vote or participate in the political system, but just understand it's already been rigged. And the winners are the technocrats. And it doesn't matter what the party is. Look at what Musk was a Democrat when it was convenient, when he needed the green energy grants and everything under Obama. He was a Republican when it was convenient because he was being targeted by Biden. But the whole time he was a technocrat. And so I'm going to be writing more. I'm actually writing something for an article for the John Birch Society. I'm going to be exploring these concepts more, but this is why it's important that people understand this. This is not I'm not warning you about the future. This is happening presently. And in fact, we're losing very quickly. When you see how quickly Palantir is accelerating. I'm not going to go back into this. Howard Lutnick, we talked about that last week. There will certainly be more time. So before I get into this website tonight, I want to talk about, and I guess I didn't actually put it in there. I wrote an article for Brownstone, and it was entitled, "You May Own Nothing Sooner Than You Think." And in the process of doing this, I learned about, I mean, I already knew about click wrap agreements, but I learned how pervasive they are. Again, these things that we sign online. In fact, that didn't even scratch the surface. The more and more research that I did. But even before I get into the technical nuance of this, as a capitalist, I don't even know, I don't even fit any of the political labels anymore, but I'm fundamentally for free will and voluntarism. So, and for the ability for people to make their own decisions. And if you look at it, I mean, we've all heard about this. I mean, it used to be the case, maybe at the beginning of my lifetime, but that people used to do deals based on a handshake. There were no legal terms. There was no boilerplate. There was no contract. People of integrity just engaged in a deal. And part of it is it was understood some kind of basic fundamental concepts of natural law that, you're not supposed to steal from someone. I would argue that, libertarians and, well, a lot of people are like, well, we believe in the rule of law, but I believe the rule of law has long since been perverted and has actually been a destructive force that has damaged our integrity to the point where we don't even have the ability to engage with a handshake deal based on integrity because we've lost that ethos completely. Now when people do things, it's, well, I'm going to hire a lawyer and let's see if we can sneak something in and get a good deal, right? Or let's see if we can put something in that they don't notice. And so now it's like, here's a 30-page agreement, here's a 40-page agreement. So rather than people even trying to negotiate in good faith with integrity, the whole system is set up the opposite of that. And so integrity has been replaced by this legal machinery and these lawyers who, Congress, if you look at the number one profession of congressmen, obviously they're lawmakers, so they are lawyers, has been to get into the middle of everything, to obfuscate things, and to add all of these different layers, moving us further and further away from engaging in voluntary trade with one another, where now we have this entire other layer that has completely destroyed human integrity and added costs and bureaucracy and restrictions along the way. And what I want to do with this site is, it's going to take some time to build up all of the database and everything else, but you're going to be able to see exactly what this is talking about. When I wrote my article originally, I believe what I was saying at the time, based on the research, is that, we sign 150 contract click wrap agreements a year. And the research that I was doing at the time was a little bit dated, and it was actually kind of pre-iPad and apps. So as I've looked at this further, it actually looks more like we sign over 1,000 agreements a year. And when you think about it, I mean, now usually you just how many apps do you have on your phone? Those were all click wrap agreements. I mean, I don't even know. I'll get some statistics on this moving forward, but I mean, the average person has how many apps on their iPad, how many apps on their phone? Those are all click wrap agreements. And they go into everything. I mean, it's not, your gym membership's now a click wrap agreement. A lot of agreements in healthcare, you don't even sign. They're implicit, and you don't even have any recourse. That's a whole other thing. That's not even a click wrap agreement. I don't even know what kind of I don't even know what term we use for that, but it's over 1,000 times a year. And by the end of this, with this site, we're going to be able to document exactly what all of this means. And we're going to be able to see exactly what you as an individual are going to be able to see a scorecard of what you've given away and how many words and pages you've signed your life to that you didn't read. And so it's all about fine print tyranny. And this is a really big deal. But the one thing that I found that was amazing about this is, I was thinking about COVID, and I was starting to do research into the healthcare space. Again, you have package inserts in these medications. You don't sign it, you unfold the thing, and then you pull the thing out, and it's like this long document with really small print that you can't read. But you know what? It doesn't even matter if you read the print, because you're not signing it. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. So it's basically a shield. So the pharma companies get to put all of the risk factors in there so that they can shield themselves from liability, and you don't even have to sign it. That's what's happened by getting the government in the middle of people being able to engage in voluntary contracts. It's become perverted. It's become the opposite of what it was supposed to be. There's absolutely no informed consent. And these agreements and laws are designed for you not to read them. And industry players work together to make things boilerplate, essentially acting like a cartel, so that they all agree on common terms. And so then when you do push back, it's like, oh, this is boilerplate. And you know what? Everybody does it. You have nowhere to go because all of the major players have colluded on the same terms. And this gets worse and worse and worse. And you've heard me rant about this maybe before. This definitely was the case when I was watching the Genius Act negotiations and discussions on the House floor. But anytime I see somebody say clear rules of the road, I get irate. The only people that really want clear rules of the road are the existing incumbent players who fear innovation. Those are the people who want clear rules of the road. So what you end up having is, again, I want to buy something from someone. This should be a pretty easy transaction. There's nothing that's preventing it from being a handshake deal, except that now, and I'll quantify all of this over time, we have all of these rules and laws that get put in place by Congress. But Congress doesn't write any of the rules of the road. It's the industry participants that come to them and actually push for the legislation. They push for the regulation. In fact, look at what's happened in crypto. I mean, all the people that we know, I mean, if you're listening to this, there's a pretty good chance maybe you were an OG in crypto. None of us are asking for clear rules of the road. Who's asking for the clear rules of the road? They're either established players that are just now getting into crypto, basically trying to hijack it, or they're corrupt players that are trying to literally block out competition. That's it. There's nothing about any of these rules that benefits individuals' ability to engage in voluntary transaction. Nothing about it whatsoever helps voluntary exchange. And it's not designed to. It's not even a thought that they have when they develop these rules of the road. In the case of the Genius Act, the rules of the road are designed to help the United States government sell more treasuries and add more debt because no one wants to buy our debt. So they add clear rules of the road. They say, well, these need to be stable. We need to make sure that people aren't getting ripped off. So you need to back your token only with US treasuries, only with US dollars. You can't use gold or Bitcoin or some other asset. You have to use only our thing. Why? As our Treasury Secretary said, we need to sell, they think they can sell at least $2 trillion worth of treasuries. This had nothing to do with the consumer. People were perfectly fine doing $27 trillion a year worth of stablecoin transactions without the need for them to be backed by treasuries. Nothing about this, these clear rules of the road, were designed to benefit interaction. Adding financial surveillance. Who wanted the financial surveillance? The financial surveillance does not stop money laundering and terrorism. We know this. We've had bank secrecy laws, KYC, AML since 1970. And there's been analysis done. It stops less than 1% of money laundering because most of the money laundering happens after the fact, after the KYC process, after the AML process. It's useless. But no one's talking about removing it or taking it away. In fact, they're doing the opposite. They're now applying the same failed financial surveillance to stablecoins. Why? Because it was never about empowering people to engage in free voluntary transactions. It was always about control. And so it's not like this isn't just a Genius Act thing. This is all legislation. And by the time we're done with this site over months and years or however long it takes, everybody's going to be able to see all of it. This is going to piss a lot of people off. This website will piss a lot of people off because these industry players and politicians thrive on bullshit. They thrive on complexity. They thrive on you not having or wanting the time to look at what it is that they're doing. So the question is, can we take what they've done and make it easy to understand so that people can see the outrage of what's going on? One of the other things that they do is industry standards. This is why if you see anything like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, you look at these, any DC-based group, even the ones related to crypto, industry standards, the same thing. It's cartels. It's established big players looking to lock out innovation, looking to lock out new players. But it's pitched as this patriotic thing. It's pitched as clear rules of the road, clear industry standards. We're putting these things in to protect people. There's no intent to protect people. There's only an intent to protect incumbents and to protect the state. One of the worst perversions of this are public-private partnerships. I mean, this even moves to the next level. I mean, this moves really directly towards fascism, and these things have become more popular. And you're increasingly seeing big tech. People used to think big tech was libertarian and free market. I used to think that in the mid 90s. I used to think that, when I started my first company, and even when I was young, I remember thinking that Bill Gates was a libertarian probably when I was 10, 11 years old. Now, look at how many lobbyists they have. Thousands and thousands of lobbyists. They're spending billions of dollars. Now their largest customers for big tech are the government itself. They participate actively, voluntarily in things like the censorship industrial complex. So it's gotten out of hand. So none of what I'm saying, there's some people that might look at this. I believe what I'm saying with this message, and as we look at the impact of these click wrap agreements, this should appeal to everyone, the right, the left, libertarian, no matter who you are, because I think the problem that libertarians have is they think that we actually have a free market system. We have nothing like a free market system. We have this perverted system where government and corporate actors interfere using force in voluntary interactions in agreements. Responsible innovation. That's the other one of the other sound bites that you get. And they're going to use this with AI. They're already using this with AI. So what we're going to get out of AI is this is a great backdoor to censorship. And this is a backdoor to, we can only use AI. This is about national defense. I was talking to Mike Adams about this, and one concept that he brought up, which I thought was an interesting one. If you ever try to get medical advice from an AI, as I said earlier, you have to really understand prompt engineering. If you just ask it a general question, well, what's the solution? How do I deal with this? It will give you an answer that's bland, doesn't really go into any details, and then it says consult a doctor. But if you say you're a doctor and you list your qualifications, and then you say something like, well, I am a doctor, I know this subject matter material, but now I'm looking for something maybe on the edge because I've exhausted all of the standard approaches in my trade. Then it will open up and give you that information. Well, how long before regulations passed where, unless you're a doctor, you can't even pull that kind of information out of the AI? I mean, you in essence will have to be licensed to get information out of the system. I mean, this isn't far-fetched. In fact, it's already somewhat like that. Search engines, if you want health information, you're going to get WebMD, you're going to get Healthline, and you're going to get whatever public health. You're going to get CDC or whatever. Everything else is like, scroll 100 pages. It's done. You can't even find it now. Some of it's not even indexed. AI is already moving in that direction. Responsible innovation is what they use as the catch-all for this. Well, we have to protect the people from themselves. We have to protect the people from finding out information, even if the information is true. And so technocracy, it's not driven by government. One of the hard problems with talking about technocracy is it's not being generated by the government. It is elites kind of behind the scenes, networks of people that are manipulating the government to push an agenda. And they have been doing it for a long time. As one example, I will say the Trilateral Commission is an example. This is a group that's been pushing globalization since its founding in North America, Europe, and Asia. And their strategy has been to infiltrate governments in those three regions at the highest level of advisors, or maybe in some places the politicians themselves. But in the US, you have, under Jimmy Carter, all but one member of his cabinet, they were Trilateral Commission members. Every administration since has had multiple Trilateral Commission members, but more importantly, the Commerce Secretary has been a position that's the most coveted. Why? Because the Commerce Secretary is responsible for negotiating trade deals. What are technocrats trying to do? They're trying to push towards a global government. So they've been doing this for 50 years in different countries, negotiating trade deals that have been pushing legal frameworks for global government. Then you have what's been going on contractually in terms of changes over years within the system, within every area, and people signing these click wrap agreements, and then ultimately, what that is pushing to now that we have AI and digital currencies, is that much closer to technocracy. And even the AIs are governed by contracts. When I show you the site, which is very crude, like I said, it's not even really an alpha release, but at least it is up. I wanted to start by analyzing the contracts of different AI organizations, because we even see things come up. Sam Altman came out and said a week or two ago that, hey, the information that you put into the AI can be used against you in court. And then I looked at Grok, and that Grok is the same. They have the same agreements. When you actually dig into what is in there, and I've talked in the past about banks. I'm going to do these, I'm just giving you a general overview today, but over time, as I do more of these segments and I ramp up the podcast, I'm going to explain how each of these industries work. I'm going to explain what the laws are that are specific to finance, specific to AI, specific to healthcare. Because again, they work to pass these laws to give themselves cover. So you just want to enter into a contract with somebody to buy healthcare services. Why do you need 10,000 laws related to healthcare developed by these other third parties and industry players for you to be able to engage in a voluntary contract? Well, it benefits those players and it locks out competition. And so in essence, these big AIs are operating like a cartel. You even see them meeting as a group with the administration. And again, what are they working on? They're working on crafting industry standards. Well, what do these industry standards do? Well, the industry standards do like what they did with vaccines. You end up with something like a liability shield. So it's essentially a cartel, a group of companies that get together and say, hey, we need these industry standards. So now all of these terms and conditions, they all agree to. Well, none of them are necessarily beneficial to the consumer. So I would argue it's the illusion of a voluntary agreement. This is the opposite of a handshake deal. And I've said this before, I've used these click wrap agreements. It was actually one of the reasons I had a company that sold solutions, wellness solutions to corporations, and I had to deal with HR. And the average sales cycle was 18 months when I was using the actual legal documents. When you were sending over 30-page, 40-page documents that had to be reviewed by legal. So I just said, I'm like, you know what? I wonder if we tried this. And so we actually made click wrap agreements. Our sales cycle went from 18 months to 93 days. I mean, it actually worked in this sense. I mean, I'm actually saying it from the other side. What was my intent of doing this? My intent was the minute that you put documents like that in front of legal counsel, it gets put into a queue, and now it's like this back and forth thing, and it's not going to be prioritized as much because you're dealing with HR and blah, 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 blah. And then boom, that's how you end up with an 18-month sales cycle. I'm like, hey, if we do this like a click wrap agreement, maybe they won't even have their lawyer look at it. And it's true. And it worked. But is that a voluntary agreement? I mean, everybody knows they're doing it. So now we have all these terms of service. We have all this long, complicated stuff. Nobody reads it. There's no intent. The intention is for people to not read it. So, because there are some people say, well, you signed that contract. Well, look, if there are 1,000 agreements and each agreement is 50 pages each, I mentioned last time what I've been saying, and now I'm going to actually recompute this. I've been saying, based on 150 click wrap agreements, it would take an hour a day, 365 days a year to read all these contracts. Well, now we're at least 1,000 contracts. It may be as many as 2,500 click wrap agreements that we sign. Or click wrap agreements, then plus, I'm not even sure how to measure this. How do we measure the fact that every drug that you take, you are a party to a contract that you didn't even sign and you couldn't even dispute? I don't even know now. I mean, part of even researching this is I'm like, wow, this actually goes much deeper. If the package insert for, any medication is 50 pages, fine print, unwrapped, okay, well, we have to add all of that in. Well, if we add in all of these contracts, that some that we click wrap sign, some that we, because of regulation and because of government, we are party to without any consent. What does all of that look like? If you had a whole portfolio of what all of those things look like, how much freedom do we have left? How much of our data have we given up? How much of our economic ownership have we given up? All of these different dimensions. And I'm going to argue 80 to 90% we've already given up. Already gone. Not we will own nothing in the future. We effectively own nothing now. That is what I believe we're going to see. So I put together 8 dimensions. I guess the slide is out of here. I might just jump into the site because it might be a faster way to go through this. So I'm going to show you the site. I'll give you the link to it as well. Understand it's alpha. It's not even alpha. So you can sign up. You can sign up for an email list. You can sign up to participate in the alpha testing and making recommendations, but don't share this with anyone unless it's someone that would be interested in the concept and would like to put in input. Like, in no way, shape, or form do I want anyone to think that this is ready for prime time. But at the same time, it is useful to get things out sooner rather than later and start getting feedback, because I want to build this iteratively and quickly. I've been working on this nonstop for the last week, really since the last podcast. I've wanted to work on this for a while, and then I thought, well, this is going to be pretty difficult to do. And then as I started doing, I'm like, hey, you know what? Actually, I can build a scraper and get all of these contracts pretty easily. I mean, it's going to, there's no manual. I was able to do a lot more quickly than I had anticipated. So I'm popping this up now. I'm hoping that you can hear me. Let me see. I'm going to actually look on my screen if this has popped up. So you should be able to see. So this is a live site. So the site is OwnNothing.org. And you can go there now. Again, alpha testing, experimental software, data and features may change. In fact, the rating system itself, I've been spending a lot of time trying to figure out how do you take a contract, analyze it by a set of criteria, and come up with a score that you can display visually. Okay, good. This is working. So I'm going to show you some of the basics here. And again, if you want to sign up to test, you can, or sign up to be notified when it's ready to go. This is dummy data, but it'll show in real time how many contracts have been analyzed, how many rights violations have been found, and what is the average rights loss. So it'll look at a contract and say, well, okay, overall on a scale from 0 to 100, you know, what percentage of your rights have been stolen? And I did a cursory analysis of, this is just research actually from a few outside sources. This isn't from an analysis of the contracts in the system yet, but to look at by industry, what we're looking at. So with big tech, you're looking at, 82% of your rights have already been stolen, derived from data, ownership battles, Microsoft-led export controls, big tech policy influences. This is from a research report that was done on this recently in 2025. Healthcare, 90% of your rights have been stolen. Again, it may even be more than that. I mean, how do you factor in? Think about it. You go to a hospital, you don't sign a contract. You don't know what the prices are. You can't find out the prices in advance. How do we allow this? This is insane. I mean, I realize going through this, as much as I bitch about click wrap agreements, healthcare is worse. There's no agreement. You find out about the agreement after the fact. They have an agreement. You have the package inserts, but you're a party to it, but you don't see it and you can't discuss it. Financial services, 76% stolen. We've talked about the great taking. We've already given away our voting rights to BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and when there's a financial collapse, you've also given up your economic rights. In a big financial collapse, if there's a bankruptcy, the big four banks are going to end up owning all of your shares, all of your retirement vehicles, all of it. That's been done contractually. That's been in the works on a state-by-state basis since 1994. Cloud storage, how much of your rights have been stolen? Entertainment, 62%. So in the long run, I'm going to index as much as I can. Most of it's going to be, I'm going to do behind the scenes. I'm going to upload the information one industry segment at a time, but then of course people can contribute themselves. And so this is actually based on real data. So it'll give you the worst offenders based on actual contracts that have been analyzed by the algorithm that we put together. And so far, I think I only have maybe 10 or 20 contracts in here. I've been going back and forth with this. Google's the worst. You've already lost 85% of your rights with Google terms of service. Microsoft is better at 55. Again, I will produce an entire white paper. This will all be open source, and I will explain what goes into the algorithm. And the algorithm will change as I learn more. A lot of this is, okay, how do you parse now a 10,000 word contract? And then what rules are you using to say how it fits based on these criteria? So I don't have it right yet. It's been a lot of iterative work, and there's a lot more research to be done, but it'll be done on an ongoing basis. And I'm going to be transparent about what it is so that at the end, you can still see a very simple score that you can then drill into. So how does it work? So you're going to be able to use a scanner. This doesn't quite work. It almost works. But at any point in time, you can take any agreement that you have and either put in a link to the agreement online. You can paste the text, or even upload a PDF, text, or doc file, and it will analyze the contract. Let me see. This probably won't work right now because I was doing a little bit of last minute work. So, as you can imagine, it broke stuff, but you'll be at least able to see what happens. So what happens is you put in the link, and then I have written an algorithm. Yeah. Okay. Analysis fails. I've written an algorithm that takes the contract and just the entire contract, and it examines it by 8 different dimensions, and then it spits back the score. So this will work. Give it a couple of days. what you'll be able to see is a leaderboard for all of the contracts. And then you'll be able to sort these by industry to see, well, which are the worst players in each of these categories. I'd originally started out, I'd loaded like 500 contracts in, and I was going to try to get a good smattering of this. And then I realized I've got to really do a deep dive on this algorithm. So I ended up just focusing on AI companies. And it turns out, looking at the AI companies, some of this I need to even double check, but it looks like, there's a little bit of junk data in here, but Stability, Hugging Face, Brighteon, Venice, these are good. These are green. These are low scores. A low score is a good thing because it means you've given up less of your rights. Higher score is bad, means you're giving up more of your rights. So again, Google, Microsoft at the top of that list gives you all kinds of stats up here. How many scans have been done? What's the average for whichever category you're looking at? And what's the worst single score? There's a medal system here. Google's number 1 and number 2. There are a lot of different contracts. There are different contracts with different models. It's going to take quite a bit to go in and even figure out how to parse this in a way that is able to be navigated. But the idea here is that you're going to be able to create your own vault. And your vault will have, and unfortunately that got blown away. The vault will give you a running total. So you can put in, okay, I've got Netflix, I've got, Fidelity, I've got Google, you put in all of your contracts, and you don't necessarily have to even, again, paste them. You can actually just see which ones are already in there and then click Save to Vault, and then that'll add it in there. And then what you're going to see on the page in your vault is, okay, what is the total number? How many rights have you lost overall? And it will tell you what is the total number of pages of all of the contracts that you've signed. What is the number of words? How long would it have taken you to read? And then you're going to be able to go in and look at more information about the contract itself. So I've developed this scoring system. So you've got an overall score, 85 out of 100, but as it stands right now, it's breaking the contract into these 8 dimensions. And I'm not going to waste too much time spending on this because I'm actually going to change the dimensions. So I don't want to go all into this is exactly what it's going to be. I'm going to play around with it a little bit, but basically, ownership, do you own your data? Do you retain economic ownership in whatever is governed by the contract? Who has control of the contract? Is contract portable? Can you transport it? Is it transparent? What is the dispute resolution like? Some of these contracts, hey, you're not allowed to participate in a class action lawsuit, and you have to go to this particular type of arbitration. How much surveillance and tracking is there in there? Is it unilateral? Is it a one-sided agreement? Is it an agreement that's fair to both sides? What are the terms and conditions regarding termination? And then what we're going to put in there are, we're going to take the most egregious parts of the contract and highlight them and state what they are. In fact, I had that in there. Oh yeah. So here's some of the worst clauses. For Microsoft Service Agreement contains binding arbitration and class action waiver terms that apply to the U.S. Anthropic, we may suspend or terminate your access to the service, including any subscriptions at any time without notice to you if we believe that you have breached these terms, or if we must do so in order to comply with the law. If we terminate your access due to the violation. So I'm obviously going to work through presenting these better and making sure that these are actually the worst clauses, because these aren't. And when you get into healthcare, it's amazing what's in the healthcare agreements. So actually, it's a little bit more boring with some of these AI contracts. But Hugging Face, by posting your content or otherwise making it available on our website, you must be aware that you hereby grant us a worldwide, royalty-free, and non-exclusive license to use, display, publish, reproduce, distribute, and make derivative works of such content. So again, you're going to be able to get a snapshot of all of this. And then eventually, I'm probably going to integrate Mike Adams' model so that you'll be able to actually ask questions of the contract and get back responses in human terms. And so I apologize that this isn't here, because it was really cool when it showed you, how much freedom you've lost and the total size of the agreements. And then you can see a running checklist, kind of like an executive summary of here's what I gave up with this contract. Here's what I gave up with this contract. Here's what I gave up with this contract. It's like, you have a credit score right now. Here's ability for you to measure how many of your rights you've given away through these click wrap agreements. And now that I've thought about it, what other agreements are there besides these package inserts? Healthcare is going to be a real fun one to play with in terms of, what are all of these other implicit agreements that we've signed? And how do we get a hold of those and put these in here? So now you'll be able to come in and say, well, I'm taking this medication. I'm taking this medication. Everybody jokes about these big pharma ads, right? It's like, here's that I've got toe fungus, and then there's a 30-second description of all of the side effects, which might include death and might include making the underlying thing that you're taking it for worse, right? We have conditioned ourselves to this. We zone out. Oh, well, we know it's just that, okay, it's a happy animated character that's out to slay toe fungus. And then we just know, well, the last 30 minutes, or 30 seconds of the ad, well, we might die. But, they're basically reading the highlights, a summary of what's in the package insert. That's it. You've been warned. That's your notification. You don't have any recourse, because all these laws protect this, shield liability. You don't even read it, and then they're shielded from liability. So I'm going to have a lot of fun with this. It's a lot of work. I don't mind doing the work. I'm going to go through and start understanding what are all of the laws, because what I want to show is not only, I want the consumer to be able to see what they've given up, but I want people to know what the process is. I want people to know why these terms and conditions are even in there. Not necessarily which lobbyists, because nobody cares about that, but to be able to see very explicitly, this industry pushed this legislation, this politician received this amount of money. All of this is an obstruction of voluntary interaction, and none of it benefits the consumer. None of this protects anything. Again, it only protects incumbents, and it only protects the middlemen that are involved in the process that are making money off of it. And so, like I said, this is rough. I encourage you to sign up. If you want to sign up, I would welcome it. But knowing it's pretty in a pretty bad state right now. I mean, it's actually further along than I thought it would be. I was glad that I was able to at least get the thing up for this podcast. But there's an area here where if you have a registered account, you can submit suggestions, and then you can upvote or downvote the suggestions. And so this is going to be something that's going to be built over time. This is an enduring thing. But my whole point in fighting this technocracy and trying to help people reclaim their free will is I want to make it actionable. I want to make it personal. I want to build these tools so that people can fight back. And one of the biggest areas regarding free will is that people are uninformed about how much of their free will they've already given up, supposedly, through these voluntary contracts, which I'm going to argue are not voluntary arrangements. I think this entire system is a sham. Now, with all of this, I want to be clear. People can use this however they want. I'm sure people will use this however they want. I'm not advocating that this be used to go try to lobby Congress or to get the laws changed. I'm advocating that we build systems outside of all of this. You're not going to fix public health. This system is not designed. The system does not have the intention of empowering free will and voluntary exchange. It is not what it is intended to do. And it has no desire, willingness, the inertia, and everything else. If people want to use it for that, that's fine. I think it's going to humiliate a lot of people. I did see yesterday Microsoft, and I need to analyze it once I get this thing, the link thing working. They tried to make their language more friendly. That came up. I haven't looked at that agreement yet. But again, it may be more friendly, but it's still going to be a 50, 100-page agreement that no one's going to read. And you're still not going to be able to dispute it. And it's still going to be a part of, and so I'm saying, look, you can volunteer. Once then you can then make an informed decision. And I think the informed decision should be well, whatever, you make your own informed decision, but to get out of these cartels, get out of all of these systems that have these large players that are using the state and lobbyists to try to set the parameters of how you are able to engage with other people. So that's it. So OwnNothing.org is the website. Like I said, I wouldn't share it around. But if you want to sign up for updates and if you do want to participate, this is going to be an enduring part of this second pillar of Autonomy reboot. So I'm excited about that. And the open source Palantir for technocrats, that's what I'm doing for the other pillar. And then the third, I'm going to create a website for explaining tokenization projects. And I guess I'll get back to that. I'll throw this back up. So again, the revolution will be tokenized. This will be the third website where I really do want to go through and explain what they're centrally tokenizing. They're going to take the stock market. They're going to take every area of commerce and they're going to tokenize it in a way that can be programmed and controlled by either the government or the same third parties. BlackRock, by the way, I should mention this, update, Larry Fink is now the co-chair of the WEF. And so, this is another data point about how technocracy is flourishing since the election. I mean, Klaus Schwab was an academic. Klaus Schwab had no capacity to actually implement anything. He was somebody that, he was kind of the front with pseudo-intellectual ideas that was connecting other people. Larry Fink, who's a member of the Trilateral Commission and probably Council on Foreign Relations at some point and everything else as well, manages more money and more assets than anyone. And he's been a big proponent of the tokenization of securities. This is all going in the wrong direction. And as I was talking about last year, the WEF and these other global organizations, what are they? They're front organizations for the real power, which are the large corporations and the technocrats behind the scenes. These are all fronts. The UN is an opportunity and the WHO is an opportunity for Bill Gates to get matching funds for his private money to push an agenda. This is, this is what Musk does with space and with all of his enterprises. This is for large players to use taxpayer money, either through government organizations directly or through NGOs, to push forward a technocratic agenda. So the ability to tokenize things outside of this system where you can trade them privately without any third parties, that is the solution to this, or a solution to it. So this is why it's important. But what I've realized is I need to explain, okay, here's how you could create a stock exchange. Here's how you could tokenize equities. Here's how you could create an alternative to this. Here's how you could create a healthcare marketplace, a global medical tourism marketplace, where you no longer have to use insurance. You no longer have to use Medicaid. You no longer have to use Medicare. You can be outside of that system. And you might say, oh, well, I can never afford it. When you actually dig into this, if you use cash, you can save anywhere between 90 and 95% of your cost, of the cost of what it would be through the traditional system. In many cases, it's less than your insurance premium and it's less than your copay. I use as one example, but I will bring up many others. A woman in California where it was cheaper to fly to Thailand and stay in Thailand for a week and get a root canal than use her insurance and copay and whatever all was involved to have it done in California. And there are many cases, and it's not just cosmetic surgery. It's, hip replacements, heart transplants, you name it, anything. And once you get all of these intermediaries out of the system, and you allow people to trade directly, and with something like Zano, you can add a reputation management system, completely changes the game. And then you realize how hamstrung we've been, how narrow the choices are. And those choices have been narrowed by the incumbent players. Over half of healthcare in the United States, we sit here, there are people that have the gall to say we have free market healthcare in the United States. Over half of healthcare costs are paid for by the government when you add up Medicare, Medicaid, and the VA. We have nothing like free markets in healthcare. An insurance company isn't even a business. And they don't even really manage risk. The way it works is you have to get a license in a state, and the state will tell you, based on these insurance boards, how much. There are rules that say you can only charge this much of a difference in premiums between groups. So you actually can't charge somebody $1 million a month in premiums, even though they may have, whatever the situation may be. So if you're an insurance company, you're told how much you can charge, what the difference can be. And then you're told how much you have to have in reserves to pay out claims. And if you have too little, you will be shut down. If you have too much, they will implement something called an excess profit tax, where they'll take maybe 50% of the excess premiums that you've collected. You're told who you have to cover and everything. That's not even a business. And obviously, by the way, there's no innovation in insurance. It is a completely useless, I don't even know what you want to call it, but intermediary that is not engaging in any kind of market-based practice. The only market-based practice that they have is, you could say, amongst themselves. But you're a government subsidized third party competing against others. That's not a free market. You could do this with food freedom. Farmers could sell their products anywhere in the world using privacy coins, tokenizing, using reputation management systems, cut out all of this bullshit that we have. The USDA, the FDA, seriously, does anybody really honestly believe in 2025 that the USDA and the FDA protects people's health? Yes, of course, the answer is some people do, because people are that programmed. But all of that is unnecessary. And we're going to need these types of marketplaces to exist and to be there as an alternative so that we can trade, because as they move forward with technocracy, they will get us to a point. They do it slice by slice. And when they hit that final trigger, it's going to be in a position where somebody says, somebody will hear what I'm saying, and they'll hear what a lot of us are talking about over the years. And they'll say, well, I really should have done something. Oh, I was thinking about getting a crypto wallet. Oh, I was thinking about trying to protect my privacy and move this way and this way, but I didn't. And then when they're offered, when it's like, oh, well, we've taken away your 401k, we've taken away your entire stock portfolio, we've confiscated your property, but here's UBI. We're going to give you $5,000 a month, and you can live in a 15-minute city. And the people at that point will say, well, what else could I do? I didn't have any choice. Now, I don't want that to happen, by the way, but I am a bit frustrated that that's going to happen, because I've been kind of screaming about this stuff now for 3 years. And this is one of those things where it's like the stuff that I was saying was going to happen is actually happening faster than I even predicted it would happen. And yet people are unaware that it's happening in the present tense. So anyway, enough about that. I guess it's time to move on to the chat. Oh, I did want to say one thing about Zeno that is interesting is they just announced that they're integrated with Zebek, which is going to allow for a debit card that, my understanding is, has no KYC. So there's no know your customer stuff involved up to whatever the limits are. So you'll be able to move your Zeno and I believe also Freedom Dollar, and then in the future, possibly confidential layer tokenized assets. So your private Bitcoin, private Ethereum, private BNB, you'll be able to move those to a MasterCard debit card with no fees and with no KYC. So again, obviously, I should put it up that there's a freedom index here for all this crypto. And ultimately, we want to move towards peer-to-peer transactions, but we're going to get there in steps. Just like the technocrats want one global energy credit-based system with complete AI surveillance, they're moving in steps. We've got to move in steps. I think this is a great way to begin to get people out of the fiat system into privacy coins. And this provides a great way. As I said, I try to use crypto directly as much as I can, but sometimes I travel, or often when I travel, I'm not going to be in a place where people can accept crypto. So particularly when I travel internationally, I end up using my first line is to use Cake Pay to actually buy gift certificates. I did that. I've mentioned this with my trip to Monero-topia. I bought American Airlines gift certificates. You could buy Uber gift certificates, hotels.com, literally was able to pay for the entire trip with almost all gift certificates, although for some transactions I had to use a crypto debit card, but a very small number of transactions. So this is great because I don't need to convert to any other cryptocurrency, because often when you're using these crypto debit cards, I don't think any of them work with privacy coins like this. You can buy certain Visa and MasterCards that are for online purchases only in very small dollar amounts. But this is I think the largest opportunity to be able to directly use a privacy coin and load a privacy coin onto a debit card. So I don't think that it's out yet, but it's been announced and it will be officially integrated. I will be one of the first to use it and certainly will report back. But, I'm even thinking about this, just, Freedom Dollar, even the way that I, work, I like to hold mostly Zano. But I do keep some Freedom Dollar to have some runway in case there's a little bit of volatility with the price of Zano. So the ability to hold a small amount of Freedom Dollar, maybe 3 months worth or whatever, a few months worth of operating capital in Freedom Dollar that then I can transfer to a debit card. And then so I can ride out any of the volatility with Zano. That's a great solution for me. And I'm going to work on seeing how all of this might be able to integrate with a point of sale system. So stay tuned on that. But I thought that was really exciting news, and I will let you know when it goes live. So with that, if anyone wants to chime in, I know we went through a lot. I wish that the OwnNothing.org was a little further along, but I really hope that you will participate. And actually, Mike Adams told me he'd have me on Decentralized TV to talk about it when it's ready. So, so I think we're going to be able to get some good use out of it. But I'd love to get your feedback too on just the concept. I mean, maybe I'm nuts. Maybe nobody gives a shit about this. Maybe it's just me. But I'll tell you, part of what also will be on the site are testimonials. I want to bring some of these examples of where people have been screwed over. I've seen some of these, and that will be powerful as well. Testimonials that are not only in writing, but video. And I didn't get that part of the site built yet. But have you seen these things on social media where it's like somebody, and I know this came up related to United Healthcare, where somebody was literally waiting to get a procedure, for a life-saving procedure. And, while they're in the operating room, United Healthcare calls and says, yeah, no, we're not going to cover this. They shut down the situation. I've already played some of the clips, particularly in banking. Kanye West, Nick Fuentes, others, people that have been debanked. But I mean, imagine we build a library of this. So we can take, yes, the system, and now we can simplify the language and show people visually how much that they've lost, but then bring these personal stories into it. Yeah, this is how I got screwed by this, like the woman who Disney tried to use the online services agreement to get out of any liability related to their husband that died from food poisoning at a restaurant on a Disney property. Well, this happens all of the time. I can't even begin to imagine. I think we need to humanize even more. When we talk about vaccine injuries and COVID, this is the normal practice for healthcare. What happened with COVID? People are like, oh yeah, well, they remdesivir and this other stuff. This is the normal operating procedure. Get all these package inserts, put them up there. And again, you are subject to a contract you didn't sign that was in such small print that it was folded into the paper, and you actually have to it's like origami trying to pull the thing apart to read what's in it, and you're subject to it. That's bullshit. How is that the government protecting people? Many such cases, and all you do is get screwed by any agreement involving financial services. But again, you have no choice because you have to buy financial services in a particular way from people that are certified and everything else. It's a racket, all of it. And we're going to show that that's the case in each of these market segments. So anyway, I put a link to the chat. I didn't get as much time. I was working on the site all the way up to the last minute. So a lot of the marketing that I might otherwise do, and even reminders that I would send out to people, I didn't get out. So let me ping a couple of our regulars here, because I definitely have some stuff that I would love to get some feedback as well. I mean, you can type it in or not, or join live. Either way would be great. I think that I want to get feedback on this site concept. Also want to talk about the podcast. I want to move the podcast to, well, based on analyzing my traffic, and I think I maybe did a poll on this a while ago. think I might start this podcast at 6 p.m. Do it 6 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and would love to get feedback on that. We'll type that in there. We'll do this podcast at 6 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday and Thursday. So let's see what we've got there. Let me send some links around. I know some people can't make it tonight. I know this is kind of an inconvenient time. It's a pretty good day. I mean, Friday's bad, and then there's some other people that have podcasts, like Sal the Agorist has his podcast on Wednesday. There's some other people I don't want to conflict with, so I found this day is pretty good. The weekend is usually a bust, so it takes a lot of time though to put these together, particularly if I'm developing websites, but I'm not going to be developing a website every week. I'm in the wrong. Oh, there we go. I see Dan O'Neill's popping in. Oh, there we go. All right. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Aaron, how you doing tonight?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, good. I'm wondering, how is JD Vance and Elon Musk going to stop all this technocracy once JD becomes the next president?
How are they going to stop it? Are you kidding?
I know, I'm just joking with you. I think JD Vance was installed by Palantir. Am I correct?
Correct. By Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, Patrick Wood just did a big article outlining Peter Thiel. This is part of why I'm putting together this Technocracy Atlas site, because once you map all this stuff out and once you can see it, again, this is why I'm doing this OwnNothing site as well, is that, yeah, it's complicated. There's a lot of stuff, but if you can visually see what the interconnections are, you'll get it. You'll get it instantly. You don't have to, listen to me rant or anyone else rant for 3 or 4 hours where you're like, how do I follow this? I mean, it reminds me of Glenn Beck, back in I guess he still does this, but with the dry erase board, it's like, okay, nobody can keep any of this together. But if you could actually have that visual and have an opportunity for people to be able to share and collaborate information and to be able to assign probabilities to certain things. And actually, it's a great way to test conspiracy theories. I mean, you could say something like, well, I think maybe is this true? And then you can vet whether it's true. One thing that I'm interested in is the truth. I'm not actually interested, I'm not going to come on here and just push conspiracy theories. In fact, I'd get crushed if I did it. I mean, I remember when I wrote my article about Epstein's involvement with Bitcoin, and, a lot of people got pissed off about it, but it's 100% provable. It's factual. I mean, everything that I put in the article was factual. You may not like the fact that Epstein chimed in on Bitcoin being a store of value and not a digital cash or a digital currency. You may not like the fact that he funded the MIT group and the guy that basically funded SegWit and Lightning and pushed this whole narrative. Same guy who funded all 3 US CBDC pilots. You may not like any of those things, but they're all true. But some things might not be true. Like last week when I was trying to, I'm still trying to figure out what percentage of what Jack Kruse said was true. I mean, if you listen to him, then Meyer Lansky, who was the money guy for the Jewish mafia, was responsible for finding a back door into the Federal Reserve, learning it was a scam, learning that the dollar wasn't backed by gold. That's why Nixon went off the gold standard. And that he was involved in funding DigiCash, which was a precursor to Bitcoin. And all of this was being done to be able to engage in money laundering, which was a reaction to the Federal Reserve Act itself and to prohibition and everything else. And, then there's more detail, and I went into that last week. Fascinating stuff, but I can prove 60 to 70% of it's true. But the other 30% I can't, and they're the big pieces. Like, I can't prove that he actually had backdoor information about the Federal Reserve or that it in any way had anything to do with Nixon abandoning the gold standard. That's kind of a big thing. So I don't want to, and if people are lying about this stuff, then I want to know why. Or if they are telling the truth, I want to know what their sources are. But we have to be committed to the truth on this. This is part of why write articles for Brownstone very frequently. When I do, they're really long. And the hardest part of writing for me isn't the writing. I can write out stuff quickly, but it's editing and then fact checking because I know what's going to happen if it's bad. But I think a lot of people that are in this technocracy space, at least the people that I know, I see Courtney's in the comments. Courtney is meticulous with her research. I mean, if you look at her last big article on this Epstein game B, the whole, I don't even know how many, 17,000 words. I can't even remember how long this is, but she's got all of the references associated with it. Patrick Wood puts out information, all well sourced. Whitney Webb, tons of sources. And so, we need a tool for people that are actually really interested in the truth to be able to map this stuff out.
So who is Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor?
Well, one of his neighbors, his neighbor in New York, is Howard Lutnick, our Commerce Secretary and the guy whose family manages all of the U.S. Treasuries for Tether, the largest stablecoin that is the biggest beneficiary of the Genius Act.
And Howard Lutnick was the owner of what company that was in the top 4 of 9/11, the Twin Towers?
Cantor Fitzgerald.
Cantor Fitzgerald. Okay. All right. I don't want to get too conspiratorial here, though, but I was just trying to place the name here.
Well, and the address. So Lutnick bought the property from one of Epstein's companies, and the address on one is 9, and then the other one is 11. But I think that's a little far fetched, even for me.
So these guys that are tied to this Bitcoin, making it digital gold instead of digital cash, and they're rolling with all this technocracy coming up right now. Does this have anything to do with a certain man that's being charged with 109 years in jail that just wrote a book called Hijacking Bitcoin, do you think?
Does what have to do with it?
Well, it seems like Roger Ver was basically telling everybody that Bitcoin was hijacked, and that a lot of the players that are upset with his book, I guess were a lot of the same players that control a lot of these governments that are putting a lot of these false charges on this man. And, what do you think about the ties to a lot of this stuff with that book?
Roger's really unfortunate in a couple of different ways, because I don't think he was originally targeted because of hijacking Bitcoin. If you look at the timing of it, the grand jury was convened before hijacking Bitcoin came out. I mean, they might have known about it in advance. I mean, I guess they could have those kinds of capabilities, but I didn't even know about it very far in advance before it was published. But Biden had his executive order where he was pursuing a CBDC. That was official government policy. So I think that Roger and Ian and Roman Storm and others were initially targeted by Biden, excuse me, because they were the most effective advocates at using cryptocurrency instead of central bank currencies. And in the case of Roman, who developed Tornado Cash, protecting Americans' privacy and arguably their Fourth Amendment. That's why I think they were originally charged. But then I think it morphed. I think that what happened was, once Trump got in, and I'm trying to circle or find out who's all behind this as well. Trump was anti-crypto his first term. You may recall that. But then he got all into it. Then his family got into it. Then he spoke at this Bitcoin conference. And so I think there was a lot of early enthusiasm that, hey, Trump was saying America's going to lead in crypto, and he's doing this Bitcoin conference stuff and everything else. But then when Trump's doing these Bitcoin conferences, you look at the people that's surrounding him. You have Michael Saylor with pictures with Eric Trump. You have nothing but Bitcoin maxis. The people that are donating big money almost exclusively are Bitcoin maxis, or the people that don't like Roger. So a lot of people use this opportunistically to silence Roger. So originally it was because they didn't want him to continue to promote things that are, a challenge to CBDCs. And then it became, well, we want to protect our bags and we don't want him speaking ill of Bitcoin. And now it's worse, because now the government has an interest in these stablecoins as a backdoor CBDC. So now it's a different set of reasons and a different set of players, but the result is the same. And it's unfortunate, but it's very much the reason why we have to not only defend these guys vigorously and raise awareness and do everything that we can to get their freedom, we also have to not let the chilling effect happen. So we can't let them be silenced. You know, Ian would be out signing up more merchants for point of sale systems, introducing new people to cryptocurrency for the first time, as he has been since 2010. Now he's not here. That's had a negative effect. We can't let that happen. We can't be scared off. In fact, we should do everything we can, all of us together, to have 10 times, 100 times the impact, to make it so that when the government does these tactics, they don't work. When they violate people's constitutional rights, when they act immorally, and they use the force of the state to do it, then there needs to be blowback in as many ways possible. So, I mean, obviously I would be promoting these alternatives anyway. But now I'm even more motivated to do it, knowing the people that they're trying to silence, because, you know, whenever somebody's being silenced, you know, that's where the truth is.
Yeah, it seems like Bitcoin has gone from pirate money, freedom money, peer-to-peer cash, and to government coin tied to Wall Street. And it's not supposed to be used as money. You're just supposed to, number goes up, that's it. And that's the sad part about all this. And CBDC, that became a big bad word, so they just got rid of it, and now they call it stablecoin. So nothing really is changing. The machine is rolling on. But how, you know, you seem to be one of the biggest voices, Derek Bros. I've heard him mention this a few times. You know, how do we get this message out to a large scale faster than we are right now, than what's going on?
Well, it's kind of as I outlined. So I've spent this summer developing this, asking myself, how can I be more effective and bring more people on board? I mean, after, you know, a couple of years, it's just nonstop travel, going all over the place, even running for president, writing a book and everything else. It's like, okay, well, you know, we need to go faster. We need to do a hell of a lot more. I mean, we're not even remotely keeping pace. Most of the time that I spent in the last year is just half of the time educating people in crypto that we need to be competing against the technocrats and against governments, not ourselves. And that message, that's an ongoing problem, by the way. We don't have any unity about what the problem is. So this is how I get into this whole importance of technocracy takeover. And I'm glad to see, you know, Courtney's in the comments. I know she's traveling, so she might not be able to join live, but, you know, I'm excited about next week with Courtney and Patrick Wood and creating this tool that I hope we can all use. And I'm going to do everything that I can to promote, interview, and support all of these great people that have been working on technocracy. And we should all do that. We should all share their content and support each other, because all of the people that are educating people about technocracy, none of these people are funded by institutions. This is the reason people get involved in this is once you learn about it and you see what the threat is, you can't stop talking about it. The unfortunate thing is, there are a lot of people that don't want this information getting out there. Patrick Wood should be an absolute celebrity based on the work that he's put together on his site, technocracy.news, the books that he's put together. He's who I originally learned about technocracy from. And, you know, he's not a household name. And the fact that I only stumbled into him a few years ago was actually surprising to me based on the quality of his work and how long he's been doing it. Guy's absolutely a rock star. And Courtney is as well. Courtney has put together just an incredible volume of work in terms of not only written articles, but podcasts and now events. And it's just meticulously researched. And then you have Whitney Webb as well. You have people like Catherine Austin Fitz and Derek Bros. So we don't have networks, right? We don't have, you know, big advertisers to support us. There's no one who's funding this agenda. And so that's one thing that we can do is help each other promote content. And this is why I'm extending my effort on the podcast. I'm expanding to 2 times a week. We've been doing relatively good numbers. I mean, we have 1,800 people on here now. I mean, we had, when the Genius Act passed, I actually asked some people in particular to push that particular podcast, but we had like 28,000 views on that. And I was on the War Room this week. I've got other big interviews coming up. It's starting to happen on the education front, because if people don't understand the threat of technocracy, they're not going to understand that free will is being assaulted, and they're not going to understand the steps that they can take. The other thing is, I'm going to bring back the workshops, but I haven't done the workshops for a while because we need solutions where when people come out of the workshop, they're empowered, and they need to be empowered in a bunch of different ways. The workshops that we did before, we would introduce people to crypto. We'd give them a wallet. We'd give them 1 or 2 cryptocurrencies, and then, who knows what they did from there. What we need is to explain that everything's going to be tokenized. You don't really have a choice in this at this point. Your money's already digital. It's already going to be tokenized. Your stocks are going to be tokenized. Tokenization is going to happen one way or the other. The choice that you have to make now is, am I going to use privacy tokens, or am I going to be enslaved by this system? And so what I want to have in the workshop is not only now we have better wallets and a better ability to onboard people, but we have tools to start onboarding merchants. But then this is the third thing that I'm doing with the Revolution Will Be Tokenized. I'm going to advise, invest in, and if I need to, actually incubate projects on top of Zano to actually build out these solutions. And if no one else will do it, I'll build a healthcare marketplace and I'll build a food marketplace, because those two are absolutely required. Somebody has to do it. So I'm happy to explain to people how you can build it. And, I don't have to be involved. I don't have to make money off of it. It's going to be part of my book, but I want to go to these workshops and explain to people how they can start making money and start earning outside of the system by creating these decentralized alternatives, by being part of that. Because there are people who say, well, how am I going to make money? Well, literally everything that exists in the centralized world can be recreated privately and in a decentralized way. So the economic opportunities are almost unlimited, but no one knows how to do it. So that's why I'm focusing on that third pillar of, I'll do mock-up websites. I'll explain what the business plan is. I'll explain how it works. I'll explain which pieces of technology that you need to put together. I mean, at this point, I'm developing a website a week. I can't keep this up for very long because I'm like working 18, 20 hours a day, and I'm not 20, unfortunately. But if you use AI properly in conjunction with these technologies, it's amazing what can be done to fight the centralized tyranny. It really is. And I look forward to having Mike Adams on again and going on his show again as his AI is developed and as I roll these things out. It's fascinating what I've been able to set up. I've been able to set up like a virtual company with a whole management team and advisors and everything else, and a mechanism as if running it the way that I would run a company, the way I have run companies, but better and 100 times faster. It's incredible what is possible. So anyway, bringing that into the workshops is going to be part of it. But the big issue is, going to crypto conferences is not, I mean, I may go to a couple, but a lot of people in crypto are just stuck with number go up, or they're wedded to a particular project. They don't understand that this is a technocratic threat. They're thinking that it's, I'm competing with XYZ cryptocurrency. The entire decentralized space is being threatened. Privacy is being threatened. Free will is being threatened. And you don't hear people talking about that. I have people saying, oh, well, are stable coins good or bad? Well, it might help with crypto adoption. It has nothing to do with crypto. It's the opposite of crypto adoption. Tokenizing fiat and then giving the government the ability to program and censor it is not crypto adoption. It's technocracy adoption. But I would say about 95% of people in crypto do not understand that. So the challenges remain. So all I can do is put out more content, but I am going to push to do larger and larger podcasts, and I've got access to them. I just haven't done it. Frankly, a lot of it I've just held off. Pushing some of the Roger stuff and then building stuff behind the scenes. But now probably in the next 90 days, you'll see me ramping up the podcast. But when I do these podcasts, let me tell you one thing, and I'm trying to do it here. and I'd like to do it better. And I'll actually ask for feedback as well on this. Although I want to, I would like more engagement in the chats. Obviously, I love these interactive conversations. And again, I appreciate that you came on. I didn't have enough time even to reach out to the normal people, but I like these conversations that we have. I think oftentimes, I mean, I know I learn more from them because I'm talking the other part of it. So I learn more from the discussions than I do from the rest of it. But most podcast content is passive. Most people listen to stuff. I mean, I found this, I knew this was the case when I was on the Alex Jones show, and 8 million people saw the podcast, but I got almost no reaction. There's, no traffic to the website, no people filling out forms for workshops or whatever. Whereas I went on Decentralized TV with Mike Adams, and man, he's got an engaged audience. I had a couple hundred people reach out to me, like literally went to the website, filled out forms, engaged audience. I want this podcast to be something that is educational. I mean, the point of it isn't, entertainment. I'm not going to be doing things the way a normal podcast person would do things, but I'm going to be launching these tools, and we're going to be able to check in and use these tools to see, what's going on with Technocracy. Oh, here's a news story on what happened. Well, now we can pull up the nodes, and we can see the graph of all the interconnections of people. We can actually start analyzing the news based on this interconnection, based on training a data set on information like Courtney Turner and Patrick Wood and Whitney Webb, instead of the kinds of results that you get out of any of these AIs. Or we're going to be able to drill in each week on a new market segment where people can learn how they're getting ripped off by, whichever category it happens to be, sharing stories. This is how this works. And people becoming aware that they don't own anything. That will actually stimulate the understanding and the need for why we need to do either privacy tokenization. And by the way, I don't even care if it's privacy tokenization. I don't want people to think that privacy tokenization is the only alternative. What I am saying, though, is we can't vote our way out, and we're not going to work within the system. So if you want to use gold backs or whatever, I don't care. I'm not just pushing. I'm promoting, anything outside of the centralized system is fair game. I happen to like the privacy tokenization angle because it actually improves on our existing system. As opposed to moving in a way that's more tyrannical, it actually empowers voluntary interaction and voluntary commerce. It's better than what we currently have. And I think what will be shown through this website is we're already mostly enslaved. As I've said many times on many podcasts, all of our financial transactions are already being tracked. That's been going on for decades. People don't even know it. They're like, oh, we don't want to become like China. It's been like that for 30 years. Where have you been? How about these treasury reports? Anything over $200 and 30 zip codes automatically goes to the Treasury Department. That happens today. Most people don't even hear about it. So I think the more and the faster we can wake people up, then we can correspondingly build these alternative solutions. But it is a race against time, man. I do worry about, I don't see the sense of urgency that we need. There really does need to be a sense of urgency. And I try to explain this, and even people that hear, well, yeah, but it's going to take them a long time to do it. Well, how long do you think it's going to take to build an alternative system that's easy to use and that can scale? You think that's going to happen overnight? I mean, it hasn't in 16 years. So we've got to walk and chew gum at the same time. Or we have to run and chew gum.
So I wanted to ask you about point of sale systems. I know that Ian used to talk about this quite often. I know at one point there was AnyPay, and then those guys got run off by the FBI. And I know that there was Purse.io, is kind of similar to Amazon, but you can buy whatever you wanted on Amazon, but get like 30% or 40% off. Is there going to be any point of sale systems coming up in the future? I know you were working on that at one point, so we can start to make this more viable, peer-to-peer cash.
Well, so the thing that I've done and that I will improve on is a plugin for WooCommerce. so that you can use, there are 8 million businesses that use WooCommerce, and now you can use my plugin. You'll be able to you can take Zeno, and I need to upgrade it to automate some of it and then add Freedom Dollar and add confidential assets so that you can use your private Bitcoin and private Ethereum through WooCommerce as well. That's the highest value thing. There's a whole other then question about building a point of sale system from the ground up. And this is why with this, I'm building an incubator, and I'm going to list the different projects because I can only do so much. And, in fact, part of me, I would like to not have to do all 3 of these things, right? It's actually nuts. I'm not getting much sleep. This is not a great situation, to be honest. But it's that urgent. This is why I'm doing all of this. So when we look at this, where did it go? So I'm going to, here we go. The revolution will be tokenized. So I'm going to create a website where I'm going to list the different projects that I'm working on, but I'm going to list the different use cases and the different types of things that you can tokenize. And I'll give people business plans. And in some cases, I may advise the projects if people want me to advise. In some cases, I might invest or help raise money for it. And in other cases, I might actually build it myself, but I've got to manage the time. Now I'm going to weigh these projects because I have a few projects that are already going, and then I've got to evaluate them based on the criteria. Then, and I talked to Paul Pua. You were there with this at the conference. A lot of this, this is the challenge with this. This is a huge problem, by the way. This is why it's been an issue with the other point of sale systems. On the one hand, if somebody else builds it, are they actually doing it for the right reasons? Because you might ask yourself, why don't we already have point of sale systems? We've had point of sale systems. What happened to them? And at some point, you have to make a decision. Are you building a system for a decentralized private economy, or are you trying to take this technology and make it work with the existing system? And most people like, oh, well, we want to have fiat rails. We want to tie in with all this other shit. And when you do that, it's over. Because then you form a corporation, and then now you have a centralized point of failure. And then now, well, you're actually making more money on the connection to the existing system. We need a complete alternative system. There is no coexistence of privacy coins within a technocracy system. And most people I've talked to don't want to do that. Most people want to, blend the two. They want to be involved in both at the same time. And by being involved in both at the same time, you end up leveraged. You end up in a situation where you can be shut down. This has happened over and over again. This is why I like, something like Freedom Dollar, right? Tether can already be frozen. We've seen this. I just saw something today, another $45 million frozen, even before the Genius Act. It could be frozen. FUSD, Freedom Dollar, can't. It's not backed by treasuries. It's an algorithmic stablecoin. You can see what is backing it. There's no third party. There's no centralized party. There's nothing to shut down. There's no headquarters. So the question is, on a point of sale system, you have to build a point of sale system where it can't be a company. And by the way, related to this, with a lot of these projects, a lot of the stuff that I do, I'm not doing this to maximize profit. I want everything that I do to be self-sustaining. I want it to be able to fund whatever I'm doing, but I'm not trying to maximize profit. And there's a difference, because sometimes when a lot of people want to maximize profit in the short term, and then you end up doing things like selling your innovative thing to Microsoft and then it gets destroyed, or like what happened with T0, where the New York company that owns the New York Stock Exchange invested in it, owns more than 50% of it, and has basically shut it down. And I've been saying this for years, that this is what they did. And they did. That you couldn't screw up T0 any worse than it's been screwed up. It has to have been malicious, and it has to be done intentionally. That's what happens when you have centralized corporations. And so the question for me is, on a point of sale system, how much time do I want to spend on that? Well, I think the plugin gets us a long way to where we want to go. there are some people that I might be able to partner with, but again, this is why I'm putting together an incubator. I'm going to spell out, here's some ideas, run with them however you want. But if I'm going to get involved, there's going to be a very strict set of criteria. I'm only going to get involved with stuff that's open source. I'm only going to get involved in stuff that is decentralized. I'm only going to get involved in projects that actually provide alternatives to technocratic solutions. And so with that, I'm, at some point, maybe we'll have hackathons and we'll recruit people. But the point of sale system thing is going to be a difficult one. And so I would rather just have a plugin that who's also accepting fiat can choose to add the plugin than try to recreate an entire full point of sale system that is regulated and works with fiat. And I'll give you an example how bad this is. I looked at, there's Shopify is another one. And a lot of people use Shopify. And I'm like, oh, maybe I can get my plugin through Shopify. It gives access to millions of additional merchants. And then I look at it and it's like, they have all of this criteria, all of this compliance. You have to pay money. You have to go through all this other stuff, get a money transmitter license. There's no way to work with Shopify. So, obviously I'm not going to do that, but with all of these projects, it's a matter of finding talent and finding people that are committed to the cause, people that understand technocracy and understand this isn't number go up. This isn't even about maximizing profit. You might be able to maximize profit in the short term, but if you don't have a solution that can stand up to the technocrats when they try to force their hand, then it's useless to me. I don't care how much money it makes. I'm not in this to try to maximize fiat. I'm in this to maximize freedom, or more importantly, protect free will.
Well, what do you think? I think Monero is an important technology. Zano is my favorite, but it seems like Monero is experiencing a lot of difficulties this week with a 51% attack. Now, can Monero be saved? Can it be fixed? And if so, what needs to happen?
Well, one, I don't actually think it was a 51% attack. I'm trying to dig around in this, and I don't know if it was actually a 51% attack or not. It seems like something that I saw showed that it was actually only 35%. So I don't even want to say for sure that it was a 51% attack. But I will say that I am 100% a fan of choice. I'm 100% a fan of the entire privacy ecosystem. I use Monero, and so I support anything that can help Monero, and I support. I think that I want to see it succeed, and I think that it will succeed. They may have to make some changes. They may need to go to a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake model like Zano. But if they did that, I would look at that favorably. I am rooting for Monero to succeed, and I hope that it does. And the last thing that I want to see, and I actually hate seeing this, is people that are like, oh, well, this is bad. People shitting on Monero because as Ed McLean says, it was a selfish mining attack, not a 51% attack. So it's not even the same thing. But even still, understand this: we are competing against technocrats. And somebody suggested that there was a 51% attack against Bitcoin because 8 blocks were mined in a row by one miner, and then there are all these other things about 2 miners controlling over 51% of the network. Look, I'm not a big fan of I think proof of work is way overrated. And, I used to be a whole fanboy of it too early on. So many people, everything was based on Bitcoin, and this was the way that it worked, and this was the gold standard. There are problems with proof of work, but there are also ways to innovate around it. But understand, we're always going to be under attack by the technocrats. So we need to encourage each other, and we need to always have multiple options, and we should be working together to help find solutions. In fact, we should be working together as a privacy crypto space and community. Monero, Zcash, all of us, Dash, Pirate Chain. We've got to start thinking about quantum resistance. Quantum is real. This is a real threat. China's ahead, arguably, in quantum. China's ahead in 57 out of 64 technology indicators. I actually put out a post, listed them. And quantum may happen. In fact, let me, I'm going to pull this up. There's a website that is, hold on. Do I already have a screen? me see if this is. Let me do this. All right, there we go. QuantumDoomClock.com. It's an interesting guy that I met at conference in Amsterdam. He actually works with David Chaum. I actually talked about David Chaum last week. David Chaum is the guy who invented DigiCash, which was an anonymous cryptocurrency before Bitcoin. This guy's like the OG of cryptocurrency, David Chaum. Anyway, this guy that I met who put together this quantum doomsday clock is working with David Chaum, and they're working on some quantum resistant solutions. In fact, I actually should reach out with him. But they've been tracking this for a long time. And based on what's going on with advances not only in quantum computing, but in error correction and everything else, is, I looked at quantum like 5 years ago. I'm like, this stuff is a long ways off. It's interesting, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. But because of some innovations that have happened recently, they're now projecting that in literally, it's pretty specific, 2 years, 6 months, 15 days, 13 hours, 6 minutes, and 28 seconds is when quantum computing will be able to crack Bitcoin and other related systems. Now, could that be wrong? I mean, it could be wrong, but they've had this doomsday clock for a while, and they've been changing the variables based on the rate of development, how many qubits and error correction and so forth. And this is where they come up with, well, I got to tell you, 2 years and 6 months is not that far away. We should be working on quantum resistance now, but this is something we all have a vested interest in working on together. This is one of these things where, we don't necessarily need to be competing on this. We all need a solution for this. Everybody needs a solution for this. So long story short, I still support Monero. I think Monero will weather the storm. I think they may need to change their consensus mechanism. And I think it's a risk. I saw somebody posted, maybe it was the XRP guy, but it wouldn't be hard to do a 51% attack on Bitcoin, particularly if you're a government entity and you have the ability to, force miners to shut down. I mean, there are a whole variety of ways that you could defeat proof of work if you're a state actor. And so I don't think it's it's everything that it was cracked up to be. In fact, it's going to be increasingly problematic to do proof of work, given what's going to be happening to energy prices. And but I actually did a podcast. You weren't available for it live, but it was the one that I did with Mike Adams. And I think you and I had talked that day, or maybe you did come on, but you and I had talked that earlier that day. And I'd asked you, based on your experience in this field, what do you see happening with electricity in the United States? What do you see happening with our grid capacity and everything else? And I think that right now, I mean, Ed's like, there are a lot of ways for a state actor to beat proof of stake. Yeah, but there are some innovative things going on in proof of stake that stay tuned, because you're going to see some stuff probably over the next 6 to 12 months that's going to be very interesting. But because of the arms race now on AI, we're going to have to increase our data centers by 1,000x to compete with China on AGI, which is all bullshit, by the way. It's all manufactured, but nevertheless, we're going to push it. You're already seeing places all over the country that are having issues now with water supply, and you're going to see energy costs go up. This is going to become real problematic for everything that's based on proof of work mining, and that has expensive, it has that component involved with it. So, but I mean, what are you seeing happen in terms of, what do you think of our grid's capacity as someone who's on the line?
Well, I think a lot of the technologies that they're promoting with the green agenda, the windmills, the solar panels, and whatever else, are completely ineffective. They don't really provide the megawatts that's needed. And there's no money being put into anything like thorium reactors and natural gas generation stations, even coal. So what's going on right now is electric prices are getting higher and higher and higher, because we're have to buy our electric from other countries, other places, because we're not making what we need to sustain ourselves or even to improve ourselves. We are falling majorly behind, and these are just facts, and things are going to get very expensive as we continue down this road.
Yep. Well, they're going to get really expensive. Ed says, yeah, our grid's in no shape to handle the demand they want to create. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not. And it's already happening. It's already happening, and it's going to get a lot worse. And they're doing it all. And it actually even relates to what I was saying about the OwnNothing.org, the website that I put together, and starting to study the AI legislation. I mean, you're watching this happen in real time. They're making it a national security priority. And they're going to use that to stomp on a lot of things. They'll use eminent domain to build data centers because it's national security. They're going to do a whole variety of things. And I mentioned this last week. I didn't have time to do it, but I'm going to put together some memes that are like the World War II propaganda posters, where it's like, yeah, set your thermostat to 85 in the summer and 55 in the winter so that we can beat the Chinese to AGI. That kind of crap is coming. And it's coming fast. And we have not been building our capacity. In fact, if anything, we've been going backwards because of green energy policy. But green energy policy aside, do we even have a lot of talent? Like, how long would it take to really crank up and ramp up and fix, I mean, our decaying energy grid? Do we even have people that know how to do this?
It's going to be a problem. The technology has been there for quite some time. From what I believe, a thorium reactor has next to zero chance of meltdown. But I think they're attacking nuclear so severely, like that HBO special Chernobyl, and all the negative press that nuclear gets all the time. The new technology is far superior, but they're just not building any. They won't approve of any of it, and that's really the way to go. And the amount of our population keeps on growing and growing, but our technology keeps on degrading, getting worse. Our infrastructure is falling apart, and so how are we going to compete with any of this? We're not. We're just not. It's going to get very expensive, and so there needs to be other solutions. I don't. Like, as far as all these big mining facilities and everything else, how do you see them being affected, Aaron?
Well, I mean, if energy costs go too high, then it's not going to be competitive to mine. I mean, it's already difficult. So if you're mining Bitcoin at this point, because they hijacked Bitcoin and kept the block size small, remember the whole point of Bitcoin was that, oh, there's Courtney. Hey, how are you?
Well, thanks. How are you?
Great. Thank you for coming on. I know you're traveling, so I know
Yes.
it's not always fun.
We just got back to the room, so I missed the beginning, but I've been listening on the drive back. So, yeah. But I don't want to interrupt you. I'll hop in.
What I was just saying, so with Bitcoin, the point of Bitcoin was it was supposed to be digital cash that you use, and there was never supposed to be any block size limit at all. It was only put in there as a test as they were developing out the network. So originally, the idea was it was going to compete with Visa and MasterCard, and miners would make money off of transaction fees. So the whole point of it is that people would be doing a lot of transaction volume. The whole miner reward, where every 10 minutes you get so many Bitcoin, and it started out at whatever 50, and then it halves every 4 years. That was just a financial incentive for miners to start mining until there was transaction volume. So that incentive goes away over time. Well, now that you've kept the block small, and now literally nobody's using it. I was saying before that one miner mined 8 blocks in a row, but the one thing they were saying is there's no transactions. There's no usage of Bitcoin at this point in time. It's all speculative, and actually people holding it through centralized custodians and everything else. So the economic model of Bitcoin has been destroyed, which means the only way miners, so you have people that are building $50, $100 million data centers, and it's like basically a slot machine where they're buying these data centers, assuming they're going to have enough hash power to be able to get some of these block rewards. But this model only makes sense if the price keeps going up, because there are no transaction fees. So if American energy costs surge because of AI, you will see large mining operations go out of business because they have huge fixed costs, right? They actually have to have the mining operations. They have to finance the equipment. They have to pay for the electricity. There's not a lot of wiggle room there. So all of a sudden, Bitcoin drops 20% and your energy prices go up 50%. There's going to be a bankruptcy for these mining operations. So that's what I see happening with mining operations. And that was why this whole thing it's only a matter of time before this thing falls apart.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of what they're trying to do with the tokenization is to seize control of all the resources so that they'll have the resources for all these data centers. I think that's I think they want control of all the resources anyway. I think that's always been part of their plan, but I think they're going to need it for these data centers.
Yeah, no, they will need it for the data centers. And of course, the technocracy is going to be based on energy credits. So pretty interesting that these AI data centers use all this energy. I'm sure that's part of the whole plan.
I think so. So I posted something, I don't know if you saw last night. It was like in the middle of the night I posted it. But I saw that my hometown, Bergen County, New Jersey, which is actually, and I don't think it's coincidental, but I grew up with the Finks. So like, did we discuss this last week? I might have. Larry's kids went. Oh.
No, we did not. That's news.
Okay, well, yeah. So Larry Fink's kids went to my school, like my high school. So the oldest son was my year. He sat next to me in bio. He dated two of my friends. So he was a very nice guy. But then the middle one was the same year as my sister. And then the youngest one actually dated my sister. So yeah, and then one of my other like childhood best friends was like obsessed with Larry Fink, like obsessed. And she would always tell me, I think, he's like revolutionizing the world, and in his spare time he manages Maroon 5. I was actually telling Pat this the other day. I was like, I knew nothing at the time. I mean, I was like 14 years old. I mean, I really didn't know much. I knew a little of what he was doing with Blackstone though, and I had a really, really bad gut feeling. And I remember my friend telling me this, and I looked at her and I said, are you sure? Because I think he might single-handedly be bringing about the destruction of humanity. And she's like, no, he's the best thing that ever happened to humanity, and he's amazing. And I mean, I didn't have enough like knowledge to argue with her at the time. I just had a really bad sinking feeling. But all this to say, yeah, they lived in Alpine, I believe. So it was in Bergen County. And what I found was that in Bergen County, 370,000 assets have been real estate assets have been tokenized. It's $240 billion worth. And it's a company, I'm going to blank on the name of the company. I can look it up, but it's out of Hoboken. And this simultaneously, BlackRock is talking about how we can tokenize everything, including real estate, right? And Larry did pretty recently a letter to his investors, and he says every stock, every bond, every fund, every asset can be tokenized. If they are, it will revolutionize investing. Markets would need to close. Transactions that currently take days would clear in seconds, and billions of dollars currently immobilized by settlement delays could be reinvested immediately back into the economy, generating more growth. And then he says, what exactly is tokenization? It is turning real-world assets, stocks, bonds, real estate into digital tokens, tradable online. I know you know all this. I'm just, reading this so people can hear it from Larry Fink. Each token certifies your ownership of a specific asset, much like a digital deed. This welcome to you will own nothing and be happy. Unlike a traditional paper certificate, these tokens live securely on blockchain. Which we know is not all that secure because it's transparent, right? That's their buzzword. They keep talking about how transparent it is. If it's transparent, that means that the whole world can see. Anybody who has access to the internet can see it, which is the opposite of secure, by the way. And enable instant buying, selling, and transferring without cumbersome paperwork or waiting periods, which of course means smart contracts. And I don't have this part here, but of course he talks also about how it's like more democratic for investing because it allows for fractionalized ownership. And this is something I keep seeing, like all the people who are championing tokenization talk about. They keep saying it's fractionalized. And I've said this before, but it bears repeating. Like, it would be lovely to think that you could share assets, But, even amongst loved ones, like family members, there's a reason estate lawyers exist. This doesn't always go over quite that well. So I imagine with complete strangers, owning like a fraction of real estate or a piece of art is not going to be as warm and fuzzy as it sounds.
Well, people already own fractions of things now. So in one respect, it's the tokenization is just everything's done with centralized databases now. So it's already mostly digital. The problem with tokenization in the way that Larry Fink talks about it is that it's going to end up being controlled by centralized third parties. Whereas you could actually have something that's an evolution of the database, because whereas right now, I mean, most people, the statement of truth is a database somewhere, right? It's, I mean, that is, I mean, that's how money works and everything else. The problem is there's no way that, and I saw Larry Fink talk about this at Davos. He's like, oh yeah, we're really looking forward to tokenizing stocks and bonds. They're not, the way that they're going about doing this, which I've outlined in an article, is they're not getting rid of the third-party intermediaries. They're allowing the third parties that are in the existing systems today that are based on databases, they're having them involved in the regulation of these tokens. So it becomes then more programmable and more censorable. So this kind of transparency is actually not beneficial when everybody's moving towards technocracy. People should be horrified about Larry Fink becoming the chair of the WEF.
I think he's been in control, and now it's just like a public official role. I mean, he's been calling the shots for quite some time, but now they're like letting you know he's in charge. He's got an official role, but I do think he's been calling the shots for quite a while. I don't disagree with you that there's been like a fractionalized ownership, but this really takes it to a new level. Most people don't they're not looking to buy like a piece of a home. That's the American dream, right? And already people don't own their homes because very few people actually have a land patent, where they really own their land. Most people lease their land from the government, but it's still a sense of like, this is my property. The reason I'm entering into a mortgage, a death cage is so that, they think they're going to be paying into equity. And the reality is that even when they pay in, even though they're essentially renting it from the government, they do have equity. But when you have it tokenized, and especially when it's fractionalized, you don't have controlling rights, which means you don't have equity. And the fact that you might not even have controlling rights over your own property, I mean, that's really horrifying. That's what was going on with the NACs with all the conservation easements. So under ecosystem management services, somebody might own their property, but if a part of it is blocked off for a conservation easement, if that's enrolled into, like one of these natural asset companies, they have ecosystem management services, which means that they could tell you, like, you can't have cows on this property because, they emit too many greenhouse gas emissions. Or if you have oil, you can't drill because, we have ecosystem management services. And so we control your space and you don't have any rights to it. So it's this, I mean, not that I disagree with you that, they already have fractionalized, but this is taking it to a level where you have no control over things that you think you own. But people are going to be deceived, I think, thinking that with tokens that they still own these things, but they really will have no controlling property rights. And not just over land, but in general.
Completely conceived. So actually, the first part of the talk was I just launched a website today, which it's in the alpha phase. It's called OwnNothing.org. I'm putting the link for it in the comments. And what I've been saying for a long time when I did research for an article is we already don't own anything, and that's been done contractually. Yeah. And this is absolutely true whether you're talking about the great taking, but it's actually true of anything. And so when I did my article originally, I was based on some outdated information. It suggested that the average person has signed 150 click wrap agreements. Well, it turns out it's more like 1,000 once you start adding all of this stuff up. And then we get into healthcare, where there are agreements that you are a party to that you never signed, like for instance, package inserts in medication. So what I've created is a website where I'm analyzing all of these contracts, and then you can actually see a score of what percentage of your rights you've already given up, and it gives you a score, and it shows you based on 8 different dimensions where it is in terms of how much of your economic interest you've lost, how much of your privacy you've lost, and everything else, to basically, and then it'll show you the total number of pages and how long it would have taken you to have read all of this. And you can build your own portfolio, which will be updated in real time. So you'll be able to get alerts when the contract terms change, and you'll see how it affects the overall score. And then it'll put it all in human language. So there's no reading 100 pages. Here's the score. And then there will be a community element to this, where people can share their personal stories. Like, you know, the person that was about to get a life-saving medical procedure, and United Healthcare called and said, sorry, we're not going to pay for it. And you know, it was stopped. Or people that got debanked. This is a way, but of showing this, because as I've said time and time again, we're nuts if we think that, you know, China is like this far off thing. We're already more gone than we are. Like, we've given up more than we have left to retain.
Yeah.
And,
sure.
and this has already happened contractually. So I'm doing this,
which is why people who keep arguing about property rights as the bulwark against technocracy, like I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but it's so important for people to understand. They're using property rights through contract law in order to funnel into the technocracy. It is not a bulwark. I'm all for defending property rights. People should defend their property, but that is not a defense, because they're using contract law through property in order to funnel into technocracy, which is exactly what you're showing.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're doing, I mean, remember, there used to be handshake deals. And one of my arguments is people used to have integrity, and, you know, you could shake someone's hand because the understanding was you didn't need a long agreement. You had a kind of based on implicit natural law, an understanding of what was going on. Right. And then the lawyers and the contracts have actually been responsible for deteriorating integrity, because now people approach something with the standpoint of, well, how can I get one over on this guy? Or you'll have your lawyers. Yeah, where's my loophole? And so now people are actually acting with a completely different intentionality. And now you have all of these layers of lawyers. And then you have, which I talked about in the talk, it's now collusion, because it's not only contract law, but then it's corporations working with government to provide rules of the road. Public-private partnership, rules of the road, industry standards, and all these things are. So if I want to do a contract with you, why am I now subject to 10,000 other laws that have been put in place by these parties that are acting with one another? And I think there's a way to begin to show this to people that's visual, where it's like, if all of a sudden it's like, oh, I've checked off some boxes. Oh yeah, I have this service, I have this service, I have this service. You know, it takes like 5 minutes to fill this out. And then the thing pops up. It's like, oh my God, I don't own anything. They can do what? Now, again, my answer to this isn't, you're not going to be able to lobby your Congress or get any of this changed. My solution to this is start using systems and things outside of the system. But it's so bad that I think that at least this will be a tool that will maybe help people to start wake up, because we talk about free will, but did we really consent to these agreements? Is it really consent when it's understood that nobody reads these things and they're designed in such a way where,
as you pointed out, no, I mean, it would take all day, every day, and it's not written in jargon that the most people can even decipher anyway. And what's interesting when you're talking about the like healthcare, I have an interesting story about that. I have a friend who was in nursing school, and this was around the time when they were trying to push everybody to do the experimental drugs, and she had asked a question about people with autoimmunity, and they said, oh no, there's no conflict, you know. And she said, no, it's in the insert. Like it says, and they said, oh, no. And she brought, so the teacher, who is a doctor, brings out like the consent form. And the student, who's a friend of mine, said, no, I'm not talking about the consent form. I'm talking about the insert. Like, you know, every medication has an insert. And of course, they argued with her. She brings it in. She shows them, look, right here, it says, you know, there's a conflict and this is not advisable. This could cause contraindications, very severe. I won't list the side effects, but you can think of the worst, and that's what it says. And so she, and so the teacher like gets very upset. She actually gets kicked out of school. And she wasn't allowed. They had, and it was like she was on a scholarship, but because there was some sort of, I don't remember the loophole, but it was a loophole that they used to kick her out. And, but talking about, and this teacher had never read the insert. The teacher hadn't read, and this is a doctor.
Yep. Well, yeah, because the insert's like, it's like origami. You have to actually, it's all fine print, and you actually have to like open the thing up, and it's like this. Yeah, no, it's so these things are absurd. So I want to, through this site, figure out a way to start taking all of this information and showing it to people. And maybe there will be some shock value. But again, if we're already 80% gone, this is the tough part about this. I mean, there's really only 20% more to go, but the tokenization, they've laid the legal framework over the last 2 or 3 decades. And now the tokenization, the way that they're doing it in conjunction with the legal changes, will make owning nothing and flipping the switch into a system under an emergency quite easy to implement.
Yes. Yeah. It's very, very concerning. I think it's great to show people. Hopefully it'll motivate people to take some sort of action. I think a lot of people have such a hard time processing what's happening. So just to get them to even wrap their heads around what it is that's actually happened, that's already happened, because, you know, so much of the groundwork has already been laid. We're so far ahead already, or behind rather. But then to get people really to rise up and do something about it, I think they need to realize how bad it is.
They do. And, you know, this is why I try to balance what I do. This is the challenge. The challenge that I'm having with all this. Like I'm working like 18, 20 hours a day, especially doing a lot of, I know you get it too. And it's kind of, so I'm always, how can I be the most efficient as possible, given how fast we're losing, right? I mean, because we are not, we're as much as the effort we're putting into it. I mean, you look at something like, how predictable was it that Elon Musk is supporting JD Vance, right? I mean, this was we knew this was going to happen, but now that it's happening, they're full steam ahead. So, I mean, now they've got Larry Fink, now they've got Peter Thiel, Palantir, all of this stuff is there, and they're putting it in place. And so I've been trying to figure out how to be as efficient as possible. And part of it is, if you can wake people up, you still have to start building the alternatives, because if they don't have an alternative, then you might wake them up, but it only demoralizes them more.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's easy for people to say, well, you know, I guess there's nothing I can do about it now.
Yeah, and a lot of people do. They just throw their hands up. Okay, yeah, we'll just pray and trust the plan. You know, I'm all for people praying, but I don't think that I think he wants us to take action, right? That's why we have free will, and so that we can exercise it. So it's incumbent upon us to do so and to do our part, whatever that may be. I'm curious your thoughts. So yeah, no, it's not a surprise that Elon's now championing Vance, but you know how I laid out in the Phoenix Conspiracy, there's Operation Phoenix for 2026, right? The United Independents are, so clearly Andrew Yang is like all involved with the United Independents. So I'm very curious what they're going to do. RFK is already their figurehead for this, the plan is to flood, for those who aren't familiar, the plan is to flood Congress in 2026 with, for the midterms, with quote unquote independents, but these are going to be technocrats. They're definitely going to be technocrats. They claim they're independents, but all of these people are advocating for things like liquid, you know, all sorts of technocratic kind of infrastructure. And tokenization. Most of them are all on board for tokenization. They call it like gift economy or sacred economics or donut economy. They have different names, but it's really distributism through technocracy, you know, tokenization. So I'm curious your thoughts on that, because I think that even if he's now supporting Vance, it still gives legs to that, because I think a lot of people won't support Vance. So third party will actually have some legs, which typically they don't. I don't know. I mean, obviously, when we see who they try to flood Congress with in 2026, we'll have more of an indication. But I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
I think what they're doing, if you look at Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, is I think they've been designing this for a long time, and they're just manipulating the combination of whatever they can do within the Republican Party and the Democrat Party and a third party to push technocrats. And so I think that that's clearly going to happen. So as you said, we're going to end up with technocrats. That's what we're going to get with this independent party. Now, do I think RFK will run as an independent? No,
I don't think he will. Yeah, he did that. Yeah.
And they'll either put up somebody that's not offensive or somebody that will actually help Vance. They'll actually, whatever will happen. The deck is already being stacked, right? So by Elon saying that he's going to support JD Vance, that means hundreds of millions of dollars going to Vance. So he's already the front runner. And I mean, I keep hearing that, Trump's health is not all that great. I think it's possible that JD Vance will probably be president before the end of Trump's term, which
I predicted that before Trump even got in. I was saying that. Yeah. I'm like, whatever they can do. Cause I was thinking that like, if they could kick Trump out, like, do something to get rid of him, whether impeach him, assassinate him. JD Vance is obviously their puppet. So they would love that.
Yeah. So I think he's going to be hard to beat. I think it's fascinating. I will tell you, watching Nick Fuentes and watching Gavin Newsom. I mean, this is that's interesting to see. Obviously, Newsom is running and he's doing a pretty edgy campaign, picking on Vance. But it's interesting to see Nick Fuentes almost talk about supporting Newsom, which makes you scratch your head a little bit. So
he's kind of a head scratcher in general, but yeah,
he is. He's interesting. I mean, he's articulate. It's an interesting thing to watch. But he does have a lot of sway, and he is going to actually have a big voice for a lot of, I would say, disaffected younger people.
Yeah. That's right.
White males. He has an audience that he can pull. Sure. But I mean, again, Gavin Newsom versus, what difference does this make? But I don't think Newsom has a chance. I think they're going to pile on. But yeah, the midterms are going to go towards, they'll pick people, Republican or Democrat. They will fund both sides, and we will end up with more technocrats. Yeah. The deck's already being stacked. I mean, Peter Thiel's been funding Senate races for a long time, and he's been working on
$15 million for Vance.
What?
Vance, it was 15 million.
15, yep, 15 million for Vance. And then he supported a bunch of people that he knew they were going to lose, but he supported them because to show loyalty to Trump, to kind of curry favor with Trump. So these guys are very, very, very strategic about this. I mean, again, Musk has never been a Republican or a Democrat. He's always been a technocrat, and he's just played the system to whichever way he needed. And now we're getting near the point where, I almost think that if he said it was the technocrat party instead of the America's party, he'd still get support. When he did a poll on should Mars be a technocracy or something, it was like 80% said yes.
The technate. Yeah, the technate. He wants to put the technate on Mars, but I think he's really building the technate here.
Yeah, he's building it here, and he got support. And I'm sure that the people that responded didn't know what it meant. It's like most people that we interact with, they just, it's technology. It's making things more efficient. And so, we're at that point now where, again, I don't have any faith in politics at all. I don't see any way that any time spent on it is time that could be spent on building alternatives, but it doesn't look good. But on the other hand, it doesn't look good because the deck is stacked against us, and the deck is completely stacked towards accelerating technocracy.
Yeah. Well, I will say, I think locally, people should take action politically. There's a lot people can do locally, and mostly it's in creating bills to push against the technology. I think I gave a couple of examples last time, but I really think they're very basic things that people can do, like say, it doesn't even have to be in their state. It could be like in a school, or in one district. There's no AI under sixth grade. Like pass a bill, right? That's something people can do. They can say we want no climate smart commodity projects in this district. So for farmers, right? There are things people can do politically, especially at the local, the hyper local level. And I think people should. Because that will have a ripple effect. It also sets precedents. So a lot of times people will see a bill that's passed in one state, and then another state will copy it. That's happened many, many times historically. So once people see that it's possible, then it gives other people the encouragement to take the initiative and put the effort in because they think that they might have a chance. So I think those are things people can do politically, and I think that people should. especially with the technology, that people should be pushing back on what is permitted.
Yeah, I mean, I still think you should spend more time building alternative systems, because that may buy us some time, but the truth is, I see a lot of this. National defense is going to be used, and eminent domain, and a variety of other things. They'll just stomp all over local rights. So it may help buy some time, but if you're going to do that, just acknowledge that all you're doing is you're using it to buy time, but to buy time for what? Because you still have to start building alternatives, and that's what I'm the most worried about. Because once they have the surveillance systems in and everything else, then it becomes even harder to rebel. So we still have to do the alternative systems. But yeah, some local stuff.
I agree with that. But I think everybody has their different roles. Not everybody is going to be somebody who can build an alternative system. There are people who can support people who are building alternative systems. But I think everybody has their roles. And some people, I think, are great at creating bills and pushing back in the local infrastructure. And I think it should be done. And like I said, it doesn't have to be. A lot of people think really big. They're like, we need to pass a federal something, or we need to, do it at the state level. A lot can be done by just pushing back in a really small area, like in your district, in one school. And I actually think that has a lot of power, and people should do it.
Yep. I've engaged in a lot of politics locally and everything else. And here in New Hampshire, I mean, we have the Free State Project, and we have a lot of people dealing with things at the local level. I will say, of all of the political activism, the most intense thing. I mean, I ran for president. I ran for U.S. Senate. And
I know.
The most intense thing I ever did was school board. And I mean, it got to the point where there were people in my backyard filming me. There were people that were sending film crews over to my house. It was like front page news, all of this other stuff people were having, and I had no idea what was going on. I was new to the area. I'm like, what? Somebody spent $40,000 or something sending 3 town-wide mailers against me. This is somebody that I'd never met before. They got the former chief of police, all of these people. They committed election law violations, the whole 9 yards. And I'm like, what is this about? I mean, I went up and said that we shouldn't increase the school budget in a public thing, but that wasn't even what it was.
Not like controvertible.
Well, you would think that it would be, particularly since I picked. So the town that I picked was one of the most Republican. I thought it was one of the most fiscally conservative places in New Hampshire. And then what I ended up learning about the town and everything else, I'm like, well, I could write a book about this. This was absolutely insane what was going on. And I was being attacked for completely different reasons that I didn't even realize. I was being attacked because of my stuff that I was doing at the state level, and they wanted to stop me from having momentum. It was just bizarre. But the local thing, this is why, moving, it can be an important thing. Local can be good, but I know some people that are in they're in places where it's deep blue. I don't care what, you're not going to change anything in New York City. And so I think for a lot of people,
even the New York Stock Exchange is leaving New York City.
Yeah, exactly. So moving is a big thing that you can do. Move with your feet, and then go to. I think if people start aggregating in places where they can have more impact at a local level, that's another really, really powerful thing. I know a lot of people that moved to New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project, and then they moved to big blue cities. This is where we have a large concentration of people that they've run for elections for like 15 years. They've never won. We don't have any control over any school. We've never won a single school board race or a single town council, not one, but it's been like this. It's not even a war of attrition, right? You're not making any momentum. You have to be strategic about it. But yeah, I agree that if you can concentrate locally and then show that it works, that's really important. That's much more powerful than becoming one person out of a school board that is a crank that never changes anything. So we do need more. We need more effective, concentrated local. I agree with you.
Yeah, and I think there are people who can do that. Like for the people who can build alternatives, because people want the one smoking gun, and I'm always like, I don't think it works that way. I think we all have unique gifts, strengths, talents, and resources and passions. So each of us will have something where we can be of better service. So for the people who can build alternative systems, they should. For the people who can support those alternative systems, whether they be financially, whether it be intellectually, creatively, whatever way they can, they should. For the people who can get together and like actually aggregate and make a difference locally, politically, they should do that. You know, I think there's different things that people can do, and I want people to recognize that it doesn't look like one thing. There's a lot people, because I think people feel very hopeless. They feel like there's nothing they can do, and I don't think that's true. I think we still have free will, and I think there's actually a lot people can do, but I don't think it's all the same. And for different people, it's going to be different.
I mean, we should probably outline that somewhere. We should probably give people like a guide to here are a whole bunch of different things you can do. Here's a reference sheet for different ideas. I think because I think people don't even know where to start. I remember I went to Red Pill Expo with G. Edward Griffin, and I know he's working on his Red Pill University, and he's got a really interesting structure that he's thought through pretty well. Like it does make a lot of sense. You can tell where he got there, and it'd be good to take just all of these ideas and put them somewhere and make it easy for people to see, because a lot of people want to help, but they actually don't know where to go. They don't know what alternative solutions they can use or support. They don't know what they can do politically. And this is the problem that we have, is that the technocrats, these people have all of the information and they have all of the resources.
Yes.
This is why we've got to probably do a better job of making information accessible to people so that they can make empowered, informed choices.
We do. I couldn't agree more. Yeah. And it needs to be easy, because I think people are feeling really overwhelmed and really demoralized. So.
Yes, they are.
Well, this looks great though.
I mean, this is rough. I mean, I was rushing just to get this done today. So there's a lot better vision for this, but the idea, I don't even know why this isn't. Oh, okay. But the idea is that, you can see, all right, what is the worst clause in the contract? What is the rating? I mean, you can even see this analysis of, based on 8 different criteria, how much of your rights you've given away in terms of ownership, control, portability, transparency. I haven't even finalized if these are going to be the 8, but the idea is to be able to visually represent this. But I really do like I think the power of people to see this, but then to share their personal testimonials, for people to share their stories about, oh yeah, this is what happened to me with this contract. I got debanked because of this. I didn't get a medical procedure because of this. And the more of those that we can aggregate, either in writing or video, that is going to be really powerful, because people are just getting ripped off. I mean, I'm now doing the research of how many laws do we have? What is the growth of the size of contracts, like just to be able to start to show things visually in terms of what's happened over the last.
Isn't it like people break hundreds of laws every day that they didn't even know existed? I don't remember the exact number, but it's like, that's like the running joke. But apparently, yeah, it's because we have so many laws that nobody could possibly keep up with all of them. But if they wanted to, they could pin you down for them.
Well, I think it's 3 felonies a day. And I know that the tax code can be weaponized against anyone. How could you possibly keep up with 16 million words?
Well, once you've got AI running it, think about how easy, how efficient it will be for them to come after people.
Yeah, it's convenient that one of the first things that Musk did was hooked Palantir up with the IRS. I'm sure that'll be used for the benefit of humanity.
Oh, yeah. I think all the RICO lawyers are just like chomping at the bid. Like, sign me up for that AI. Yeah.
Well, it's tough. I mean, trying to get messaging out. I mean, I was thinking about doing some propaganda posters, fake propaganda posters about, set your thermostat to 85 to, save electricity for the AI data centers, and just to do some of that. Although I fear that if I do some, ironic propaganda posters, people might actually go for it. We're at a point right now where I don't even know if you can use irony or be sarcastic. Yeah, it's just if people are going to trust the plan, then then beating the Chinese by conserving water and setting your thermostat to 85 doesn't seem all that outlandish.
Oh no, yeah, I guess not. People do take things really literally, because people don't read, and a lot of like sarcasm and nuance in text comes from fleshed out text. But a lot of people they only read sound bites, so it's so hard to get them to really. They just take everything very literally. I've noticed that. quite a bit of loss of humor. So yeah, I don't know. It's a great idea, but I don't know how it would actually work out in practice.
Yep.
Well, one thing I was going to point out with the medical system, remember COVID, we had this fake test, the PCR tests that weren't working. People would test positive, then they'd go to the hospital. They'd get put on a ventilator and then injected with remdesivir. Their kidneys would shut down, and then these people would die, and then the hospitals would get a lot more money to because they died with COVID from the fake test. Now these healthcare systems, I think, they're just a death cult. Whereas like actual health, fasting, eating right, like the food pyramid is also nonsense. That is stuff that's a real world solution. And I think that these privacy coins versus using their money, every single system that they have, there's an alternative system that we should be using, ignoring everything they do. And like this healthcare system that you're about to create on the Zano blockchain sounds pretty interesting to me too. I don't want to go on and on and on, but I was just thinking about the healthcare industry in particular. And we can probably rinse and repeat with almost every other major system that's going on right now.
Every system. I mean, there isn't a single system that could be revived. And one of the things that I've done is as a serial entrepreneur, but then as an investor for a while, I would evaluate a lot of different companies. And the more you study how things work, you realize most people just have the assumption that things are the way they are because they started out sensibly and they just got better and improved over time. And you dig into this stuff, and a lot of it was malicious to begin with, and it actually just got worse because there was no feedback loop. And I honestly don't believe it would be possible for somebody to design a system as bad as our healthcare system if you were to start from scratch. I don't even know what kind of principles that you would use to end up with what we have. It's that far removed from efficiency, innovation, but even putting the customer, I don't even like calling them patients. I prefer calling them customers, just simply because when you say patient, it automatically has this paternalistic dynamic involved. But it's fundamentally broken. There aren't incremental changes that you can make to it. I mean, when the FDA and the USDA are killing you, how do you go about improving that? Right?
It's the number one cause, number 3 cause of death is like why am I blanking on the term? But basically, like medical care, medical
error, right? It's
It's like I'm totally blanking on the term, but yeah, that's the number 3 cause of death in the United States, which is crazy.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely crazy. Malpractice. Ed says malpractice. I don't think it's malpractice. It's actually,
it's not. There's a word for it. Yeah, I'll look it up.
I thought it was medical error, but it may be something else. It may be it's related.
Medical. So it's iatrogenic.
Iatrogenic. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Iatrogenic. Yeah, and it is like the number 3. I think it's number 3 right now. That's insane. So, and that's not just like major malpractice. That's like, giving the wrong prescription, or misdiagnosis happens a lot. Yeah, I mean, there's so many, but of course there's, like medical error and surgery. It's but for it to be number 3 and people put so much trust in the white lab coat, right?
Yeah, they do. I mean, and you don't have any other choice, right? All of your other options are shut off. And, I mean, this is tough. I always say people should just exit these systems and don't ask for permission or forgiveness, but we've got to build these alternatives. And when I started studying medical tourism, it's crazy how inexpensive it is. I mean, maybe I'll do a website on that. Well, I mean, I might, just in terms of building the thing out, because you really can get services overseas for 90-95% off, and the quality here isn't great. Like this myth that we have the best quality is not true either.
No, it's not true. At one point, it was true. It's really not true anymore. Yeah.
No. So these kinds of things can be recreated. And by the way, they should be recreated with a variety of different techniques. There, we shouldn't just build a. That's the issue that I have with a lot of people in crypto is they want a single solution to defeat the other side. It's like, no, we should not have a single solution ever. We should always have a multitude of different solutions going on, but we should at least acknowledge that we have a common enemy. And I have found that that's not, people in crypto do not understand the threat of technocracy, even within crypto. And that has been really frustrating for me in the last year, going to crypto conferences and seeing that people don't
I think
get
it's
that.
cognitive dissonance. Right? I mean, I don't know how else to explain it, but I think that's what it is. They're so hopeful that that's going to be the solution. And I think a lot of them have, like you were saying, that it's not really a transactional. It's more like an investment. You just put it in and hold. It's not really like currency. And I think a lot of people feel like that's their safety net. And so they're just kind of holding and praying, and they don't want to see what might be behind all that.
Well, it's frustrating when it's conferences with people that have been in crypto for 10 years or more that hold that. Crypto conferences were a different thing. I mean, in 2011, 12, 13, here in New Hampshire in particular, if you were at a conference and somebody was like Roger Ver was there, Eric Voorhees, and they're talking about crypto, then the conversation was always about, we're going to end wars, we're going to end the Fed, we're going to allow people all over the world to be able to engage in voluntary commerce and everything else. And it's not like that at all at any conference. You go to even some of the same conferences that used to be saying things like that 10 years ago. Now it's, it's a bunch of people that are manning booths with sponsored talks, and no one is talking about freedom. Freedom is not, Dan, weren't you telling me a friend of yours went to that Bitcoin conference? Somebody who's been in crypto forever and was a Bitcoin maxi, but was disgusted by the fact that no one was talking about freedom at all. This was that conference with a lot of the politicians too, I think.
Yeah, I think at Bitcoin 2025, freedom was not on the agenda whatsoever. It was actually like frowned upon. The only thing that we're concerned about is making that number go up at all costs. And it was pretty frowned upon. That's what I heard.
How is freedom frowned upon? Can you elaborate on that? That's crazy.
Well, Ross Ulbricht was getting ready to speak, and a lot of people were just leaving. They weren't interested. They just wanted to hear Max Kaiser and all these other Wall Street, number go up guys. That's all they were interested in. They were handing out flyers for different prisoners that are behind bars right now for victimless crimes, crypto guys, and these people were not interested at all. It's not what they're there for. So
wow.
Bitcoin has turned into just a Wall Street financial gain, and the freedom element has just completely vanished from it. And it's sad because that gets us back to Mark Passio and morality, and people just chasing this fake dollar is leading us into where we are right now.
Yeah. That is what I see from a lot of the crypto space. It's just people looking to see the number go up, park it and hold it, and
There's also an ideology. So people that have gotten into Bitcoin post 2017, people who read the Bitcoin Standard or whatever, there's an elitism to it. I've seen these images where, if you have this many Bitcoin and they show this pyramid structure where you'll be at the very top and you'll be, in the citadel, and then all these different layers of people, and then the people at the bottom. I mean, this looks like the same kind of image that people use when they're making fun of the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers about how it's the same structure. So it turns out they didn't want freedom for everyone else. They just wanted freedom for them. Yeah, they looked at bankers with envy instead of disgust. And that part of it, again, I understand that a lot of people just have not been exposed to alternative information because it's been censored and because of the propaganda. The people that bother me are the people that I know personally that have been involved with this from the very beginning, that got into it for, or at least stated it was for the right reasons. And now even they will say, yeah, I don't know about this, you know, using civil asset forfeiture and using taxpayer money and Michael Saylor and everything else, but, you know, but I'm still a maxi. And some of them even said, well, maybe I've sold out. And those were supposed to be the people that were the hardest core supporters of freedom. And so it's tough. Hey, direct from Philly. Hello.
Hey.
George, you there? No, I think he's having, I saw him in for a minute. Camera was working. Yeah. Now he's off. So we'll
he's out.
Hopefully he'll be back in. But I was actually saying at the very beginning, I was traveling 50 to 66 probably % of the time for the first half of this year. And I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to travel as much. I'll maybe once a month. And there has to be a really good reason, just because of the amount of overhead involved in travel. And I can do so much more. I mean, I'm going to be doing the podcast, twice a week, but then also building these sites and everything. There's so much more impact of that than going to a conference with, 200 or 300 people that I already know that are not doing anything, even with presented with new information. So I'm going to have to change. I'm changing that up a bit because I have the conference circuit is, I don't know.
It's exhausting and expensive. Yeah. Yes. I know that well. Yeah. So yeah, I'm traveling right now, but yeah, we've slowed down majorly, and I don't think we're going to do much more of it. So.
Yep. Yeah. No, I was talking to somebody who was very popular on the. People always wanted him to speak, and he said, I don't do any of that anymore. Unless I'm going there and I'm going to learn something, then you're gonna have to pay me. You know what I mean? It's one of those. Not going to show up and make appearances just to help draw other people in. And some of these things, some of these conferences become so boring after, like Freedom Fest to me was just a complete lack of content and just decay after all these years. And so I'm looking at it, it's like, so then once people put on a conference, they feel the need to continue to put on the conference in the same way. I experienced that. George was with me at an organization, the Atlas Society, which, was, I got involved with this organization. And when I got there, so it was, a heavily philosophically based organization, but I was trying to figure out how to make the organization more impactful. Well, they'd had these conferences that went on for 7 days, a 7-day conference on objectivism. Okay. So these panels, so there's this academic track, there's this, all this content that was, I mean, it's, if you're into really hardcore into this, but I'm like, okay, why are we doing this? I'm like, have you surveyed the people that come to these things? Because attendance was starting to drop off. And they're like, no, but we've always done it this way. And these people expect this. So I did this survey, and I remember at the first one, somebody came up and gave me a hug because they were at the very first one. And they're like, yeah, this 20 years ago, we were interested in going to a 7-day thing. Now it's hard to, no one wanted a 7-day conference, including the people that were putting it on. It turns out they wanted a 3-day conference.
Yeah.
And so it's just, so a lot of this stuff has a lot of institutional inertia, but I don't know what to do about conferences. It is hard. The best conferences are brownstone conferences. I've actually found, because there are these retreats that are small group and people actually talk and have discussions back and forth, and that's good. But otherwise, if you're just going to a conference to hear somebody speak that you could just watch them give the same thing on a podcast, what's the point?
Right. I think there's value in person, especially since, they're trying to atomize people. That's why I've done conferences, and, the whole purpose was to get people in person. It was very important to me. I don't do 7-day conferences, so I think that's, a bit much. But I do think there is value in people getting to meet people IRL and build those kind of relationships. It's very different than building online and then just, listening to somebody online. So I do think there is value in that, but there's There's a balance, like anything. 7 days.
Well, I think
is just.
I think it's valuable if you structure the conference so that it's actually helpful. I think you can have good conferences, right? If the conference is just, we're going to have Steve Forbes come and talk, and we're going to have the same people give the same talk for the same team. Yeah. But if you have engaging, there's a great reason to have conferences. Just most of the conferences don't operate that way. I like doing these workshops, which I'm going to bring back, where it's, here's what technocracy is, and then here's hands-on how you can use these tools. And I want to do more of those. And we could probably maybe even get together and put together a conference where there's where there is action out of it. Because what I try to do, which is hard, and I don't know if I succeed at it, it's kind of you're going to hear about this and then you're going to be horrified, but I don't want to just leave it there. There's also things you can do.
Like, okay, what can you do now? Yeah. Give people tools. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be down for that, working on some sort of like a action workshop for technocracy, for anti-technocracy. And I have a feeling, I don't want to speak for him, but Patrick might be interested. Like, something we could talk to him about, at least advising. Yeah.
No, that would be great. And and build community around it. And
exactly.
I look for interactivity.
That's why I like the in-person, to build the community. Yeah.
Yep. So good. Well, hopefully we'll get the anti-technocracy action, whatever, I don't know what to call it, but
action workshop.
Action workshop. And I think that I really hate doing events where people walk out depressed. When I first started, I would give a short talk on my book, and then people would reach out to me, oh, I'm horrified by this. And in the book I gave people steps in the book on how to do this stuff, but to be honest, people are not going to start using alternative currencies or whatever just based on reading a book. I have found this, and even things like gold backed. It's not even just crypto. Just even people haven't seen this, and so there's a way to package it up, and I think we can. Anyway, it'll be fun to talk about and explore. Yeah. There he is.
Yay! Hey.
Hello again. I'm sorry, I was rendering a video and I guess trying to watch a podcast and process with Premiere Pro eats up some processing power.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet.
We know all about it.
Were you able to pick up any followers after the last podcast we had? You did so excellent on it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't notice like a direct uptake, but I'm hopefully, yeah. So
Aaron, you've been growing nonstop, right?
You have, yeah. It's great.
Yeah, I have. I thought the podcast yesterday was all right, and then there's more stuff. I've been holding off on even pushing on a lot of this because, well, actually, because of Roger, and then working on some of this other stuff. George, did you get a chance to see OwnNothing.org?
No, all right, I've got to check it out. So OwnNothing.org.
Yeah, I mean, it's alpha. There are a million bugs. It's not, don't share it with anybody unless they're people that are passionate about this idea, that want to give actual feedback. But even understand that when you're giving feedback, this thing is not even quarter baked. So, I'm saying it's alpha, maybe it's even pre-alpha, but nevertheless.
No, this is pretty good. I'll talk to you more offline about the back end, because I know we were talking about some stuff the other day, but it looks like you've got a pretty decent setup going so far. This is damn good for alpha.
Yeah, I was actually trying to get it done for yesterday for the Mike Adams thing, and that was way over. I'm pretty exhausted. I haven't slept much. The kids are kind of mad at me because I was like, no, I got to do this, and whatever. But Mike said he's going to have me on to talk about this once it's up at a better place. So
I haven't had a chance to read The Unfinished War on Crypto. What kind of traction are you getting from that?
The Unfinished War on Crypto. Oh, I wrote that a long time ago.
Oh,
that
all
was,
right.
That was
as I'm looking through it, I have read this. But I know you were working on another article that's yet to come out.
Man, I don't even know what to say about that. So it was part of why we had the podcast last week, was to say, in trying to track all this stuff down, I want to be accurate about it, and then it's hard to manage. So that's part of why I'm like, well, let's put together a graph database of all of this stuff. And so I'm trying to track Epstein and Lutnick and how that relates to Bitcoin and Tether. And it's really bad. In fact, then it gets into Brock Pierce needs to be
Pierce,
fully.
I was just going to say Brock Pierce, yeah. And Bannon.
Yeah, and Bannon, but Brock Pierce needs to be fully investigated. I mean, and he, by the way, he follows me. So, but,
does he?
But yeah, he needs to be completely investigated. I mean,
and he's all tied in with that whole United Independence and Christopher Life and the whole Game B circle. Yeah. And then there's the Bannon sphere. Yeah. I think Brock Pierce needs a major investigation.
Well, he started advising Epstein on crypto in 2011. Then he became the chair of the Bitcoin Foundation. And he actually, as I understand it, took Bitcoin Foundation funds and gave it to MIT under Joy Ito. So that whole transition to digital gold happened where conveniently he was the chair, and that led to all of this other funding. But of course, Epstein also funded this. Well, I mean, I wonder how all that got connected. Pierce was advising Epstein on crypto.
Yes.
So, and then of course he was one of the co-founders of Tether, and Lutnick got involved. So I think that Pierce is the bridge between Lutnick and Epstein.
Yeah.
And there's a whole variety. Yeah, there's a whole variety of other things. So I'm trying to track that down. There's some other stuff that I don't even.
And then Bannon became the CEO of the company. Bannon became the CEO of Pierce, Rob Pierce's company. And then he had that whole crypto launch in Puerto Rico. And then he had that house on the naval base at Roosevelt in Puerto Rico, which I feel like is very curious.
Yeah, it's incredibly curious. And then there's some other names that I've been introduced to this week that I'm going to track down and try to put into our graph database as well, that are associates of Brock that raise even more red flags. There's nothing good that comes out of this, but it actually becomes outright terrifying at some level. And it speaks to the fact that how easy it is to hijack these crypto movements. I mean, why aren't people calling this stuff out? You know what I mean? Like there's a certain degree of like he still goes around, and even when he did the whatever block one or whatever ICO,
his Coinbank cruise, and he's talking about creating global citizens with cryptocurrency.
Yeah, so he comes off as kind of this, oh, well, I'm for freedom kind of guy in Puerto Rico, and none of the stuff that he's pushing is pro freedom. I mean, he may be as involved in hijacking Bitcoin as the guys from Blockstream, right? He actually may even be more influential in that area. I mean, these are just opinions at this point, but frankly, I've seen enough, and there's some other stuff I can't talk about yet, but I will, and that's that hits pretty close to home. So it needs to be investigated. And as I've said for a long time, we even know somewhat how Bitcoin was hijacked, but I don't think that knowledge gives us any capacity to stop it from happening again. We talked earlier about, well, what's going on with Monero, and there's other stuff going on within the privacy coin space and within Monero. And there's a whole division and things going on in Monero where people were pushing a lot of anti-Semitism and everything else. It's like, is that a Fed? You know, is this somebody coming in trying to create a divide and conquer strategy?
I think so.
And to make the project so that's like, okay, this project is, Monero, that's, anti-Semitism coin. Is this deliberate? And if so, what do we do about it? And then that turns into a whole issue. And then people are fighting within crypto. It's really easy. It's not like it's hard to get libertarians or crypto people to divide, right?
Right.
And to push them into factions. And so here's the question. What are we going to do about this? We know it's going to happen. We know if you're building something that's an alternative to CBDCs and all this other stuff, we know they're going to come after us. We have friends in prison because this isn't maybe they'll come after us. They've already come after us. They've already used these techniques. How do we know that they are going to use them again? are we up to speed? I don't think we're up to speed. I don't have an answer.
After the Bitcoin 2025 conference, I was really thinking that Roger and Ian were going to be released, and when it didn't happen, I was very like, all right, so this is just business as usual. Freedom's not going to happen, and I was very disappointed. I guess the retarded part of me thought that the new administration was actually pro-freedom to some degree, and they were going to try to make some overtures towards that. But these guys are still rotting away, and some of our biggest crypto heroes. And how in the world can this administration even say that they're pro-crypto or pro-freedom in any which way after not releasing these guys?
Because almost no one knows about these guys. I mean, how many signatures does Ian have? People know about Roger, but some people know about Roger, but there are as many people out there pushing that Roger's bad so that they can push up the price of Bitcoin. So that's not even, this is the curse that Roger's dealt with since 2017. It's why he was less public for a while, because after a while he's like, okay, well, Bitcoin Cash wasn't even my project. Then all of a sudden everybody's lying about me, and then they're censoring all of this stuff. I mean, it took a long time for the Hijacking Bitcoin book to come out, and he'd been somewhat quiet. Not that he was inactive, but he had been somewhat quiet. He hadn't been public facing. Then the minute he comes out and starts being public, boom, he's arrested. So, how many people have heard?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
How many people have heard about this? How many people have heard about hijacking Bitcoin? All of these devs and all of these major influencers, Max Kaiser, Michael Saylor, they've all blocked me. They actually have a GitHub where they have a list of accounts to block. They proactively block people to suppress conversation.
Really?
What's his name? Jameson Lopp has a GitHub. I mean, they do this also with BSV supporters as well. They proactively block. And by the way, it matters. There was a brief period of time where I was actually starting to get reach on X based on my follower count, the kind of reach I would expect. I had one tweet that got 1.5 million views and 70,000 likes and everything else. And Musk said, well, we're going to open this up so that some smaller accounts or whatever. But what they did was they changed the algorithm. They released the algorithm right now factors in how many people have blocked you and muted you. And apparently they took that off for a short period of time. When they took that off, my numbers 10x'd. And then he reverted it and put it back. So the thing is, the strategy that these Bitcoin maxis use work. It works. It works if you immediately take somebody that comes online and you have a group of people, hundreds, thousands, who knows? They may even have dummy sock puppet accounts that are also blocking and muting it. And they may know how the algorithm works. This actually works for suppression. So the problem is, the Trump administration can say that they're pro-crypto because no one has heard anything otherwise. And look at how bad this is, by the way. We forgot to talk about the fact that this guy, Bo Hines, who Howard Lutnick selected to be Trump's White House crypto advisor, who, by the way, nobody'd ever heard of, had no background whatsoever in crypto. He's now resigned, and he's taken on a strategic head of strategy at Tether.
Yeah. I did hear that. That's not good.
No, it's not good, but it's Biden and Clinton level or beyond corruption, and nobody talks about it, and nobody in crypto talks about it. The crypto magazines, or online resources or whatever, they're celebrating stablecoins. They're celebrating these moves. When this guy's like, "I'm going to Tether,"
they're going to get rich off of it. I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, it is, or something, or more sinister. I mean, who knows how bought the media is. I mean, this is when you start to realize how bought a lot of the independent media is. Who knows how top down.
Oh yeah, the indie. That's why I call it the indie media, right? Yeah.
How long do we have before the midterms actually start to matter to politicians? Another year.
Well, I mean, the midterms are next. Sooner than that. I mean, the question is how many races are actually contested. I mean, I don't even know how much. Where
I'm going with this is, to touch back on what Dan was saying before, we all thought the new administration was going to be truly pro crypto, what we consider crypto, not bank issued stable coins. But if Ross didn't have the number of signatures, if Ross didn't have the momentum behind him, and if Trump didn't want to outshine RFK Jr. At the Libertarian Convention, then Ross would have never gotten out. And but once Trump had the Libertarian vote, then his job, his concern for our concerns was over.
Well, I never thought Trump was going to be pro crypto. If you watch my interview that I did with Dr. Irene, I said, Trump may pardon Trump, he may pardon Roger, but I said he's going to fully push a technocratic agenda.
Oh yeah, you've been saying that
out of the gates. I didn't realize how bad the stablecoin thing was going to be, but I knew he was going to be a disaster. And I said, if you support Trump, support him. That only because this is a hostage situation and this is our, we're negotiating with a terrorist, but that's it. If you think that because he let Ross out, that means anything from policy perspective, you're foolish. And clearly that's turned out to be the case everywhere.
For sure.
So where I was going with this is, could we find a couple of key races to make, Roger and Ian a thing? But it's not like any big races are going to be coming out of, New Hampshire or, I mean, I don't know any other angle that could be taken at this point.
So
other than if Roger actually starts paying people off.
That's an angle that other people are pursuing. I will say this. I don't think that again, you either have to get a pardon or you have to get the DOJ. Winning races, the best that you're hoping for is, hey, we'll help protect Congress and therefore you'll do something quid pro quo. That's such a weak ask. I mean, again, it does come down to bribery or blackmail with this guy, right? This is essentially, is that enough to get anything done? I don't think that moves the needle at all. And I also don't think there's any capacity to influence these elections. I mean, which races are the libertarians going to be able to be spoilers in or have even the capacity? So I personally am done with that. I mean, certainly I've done this kind of strategy before. I've done it successfully and it didn't matter, right? We were successful in 3 out of 3 races and it didn't matter. What ended up happening was the Liberty people ended up selling out after the fact. So the strategy doesn't even work, but it's completely different when you're dealing with Trump. The only option that we might have had politically is if Musk was serious about a party and Trump thought, well, unless he pardons these guys, he's going to lose control to Musk. But the whole Musk thing was fake and it was all about pushing JD Vance and technocracy. So that's off the table.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. I knew it was all about pushing technocracy, and it's not a surprise that he went for Vance, but it could have gone there are other ways it could have gone also. But it's all about technocracy. That we knew.
Yeah, so it's all about technology. I mean, I don't know. Look, hopefully Roger's going to negotiate something. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes? But the idea of look, should all of these prisoners of war be released like the J6ers? Sure. Does that seem to be happening? There's no momentum for that. You can't even get people in crypto to support this.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know. It is pretty, it is demoralizing. And then Trump's probably not even going to finish out his term. So I don't know what to do about that.
I'm very concerned about that. Yeah. Once JD Vance gets in, that's really bad.
Oh yeah.
They're going to accelerate things fast. I mean, they've already accelerated things crazy fast.
Oh yeah. We'll have Palantir everywhere immediately. Yeah. I mean, there's no friction. There's nothing stopping anything once JD Vance is in.
And it's crazy. I see like quote unquote conservatives, big con, they're supporting Palantir. They're cheering on Palantir everywhere. Nuts. Yeah.
I mean, I remember Laura Loomer was celebrating. It's like send Palantir
but Yeah, well, but I'm saying like people who really consider themselves conservatives, who are really cheering on Palantir. I mean, that's how brainwashed people have gotten.
It is, and it was predictable. I drafted this thing. It was a fake executive order, but when shortly after Trump was elected, it was basically, here's how Trump will be able to use an executive order to pass digital ID and CBDC and everything else by calling it the MAGA Patriot this, blah, blah, blah. And actually most of that stuff has already happened because they use illegal immigration or voting, and then boom, we need a digital ID for that. Somehow conservatives don't seem to be able to make the leap or the understanding that what you're putting in under your guy is technology and surveillance that will never go back. So do you want your ideological enemy to have this technology? Because I've searched this, and that was one of the fun things that Mike Adams did with his new AI. I said, listen, I've searched this. You will not find any examples of where they added financial surveillance in an emergency and removed it, or added surveillance for any reason, and they never remove it. It never goes away. So there's no reason to believe that whatever is added, whether it's $150 billion for surveillance as part of the one beautiful big bill, $150 billion for surveillance and militarization of the police, you think maybe that might be turned against us?
And it's crazy to me that people don't get that. I'm like, you either have principles or you don't. You can't cheer for things when it's your guy doing it, or when it's, something you want. You have to stand on principle, because it'll be turned right against you. I mean, you stand on principle regardless, but you have to understand that even if you're doing it just strategically, it's going to be flipped on you. And every 4 years we go through this, the pendulum swings back and forth, right? So you're going to lay in infrastructure anytime the government takes power. And certainly if it's a technology that's being implemented, that's not going to be walked back. It never in history has ever been walked back. So yeah, I think
it's never been walked back. And actually conservatives and Republicans, when you study it, are more responsible for putting in this kind of surveillance.
I always say that they advance the left advances messaging and the right advances the agenda. Historically, that's always how it goes. It's the left that does the messaging, the right does actually advances the agenda. Because under the left, the right would push back against it too much because they're hearing the narrative, so they'll squawk. But under the right, it's the same agenda that they both want, so it just marches forward. You don't have any pushback.
I don't know. So my network and the people that I talk to, I don't know if I have a good sense of what people think out there at this point. I'm in New Hampshire as part of, although even in the groups that I'm in, that are supposed to be some of them on the cutting edge, they are not recognizing the intensity and the severity of the threat of technocracy. Even the people that I would think should. There are a lot of people that I think are stuck on, well, we're going to get justice and disclosure on COVID, not realizing that COVID is just a small tactic in a much larger strategy. And so they're dwelling on that, and they're missing the big things that are going on right in front of our eyes. So I can't even imagine what the average person on the street is thinking at all, if anything, or aware of any of these ideas.
I don't think most of the average people on the street are aware. I think they're hearing the mainstream media narratives go back and forth, and I don't think they have a clue, to be really honest. I think they may get a little bit of a taste with certain things, like when they hear about Palantir and ICE, like they may get some drops, or when they hear about scary things about AI, because they drop those things, but they're not getting the picture. I don't think they're getting that at all.
Yeah, Ed McLean says there's no principle among the voting populace. They've been groomed for bread and circuses and team sports mentality.
Unfortunately, I think that's true.
This is true. So this is one of these questions. How do we get people to reclaim their free will? How do we get people?
Most people haven't even read the Constitution. So, you can't restore something that people don't know exists. Like most people don't even know the first, the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments.
That's true. Or that we have three branches of government. They don't.
Yeah.
Right? It's and so and this is one of the
that
hard
it's not
parts.
supposed to be an unbound executive. That's not supposed to be a thing.
This is right. So, and I have this autonomy reboot. So part of it is this idea of this own nothing site is, once you've reclaimed your free will, now you can go about and make decisions about these contracts and move into other systems. But there's a step before that, which is people need to understand that they actually have free will. And like, we're at the point where people, how do you make people aware of that? Because I don't think most people even think about that. And some people debate whether we even have free will. I mean, I know this is
I know. That I think that's the whole what is it? The simulation theory. A lot of that is about like creating that deterministic mindset. But yeah, a lot of people debate whether we even have free will. I think it would be great if people were really taught natural law. If people were taught the Constitution, I think these are really basics. And when our founders, and I know people contest, the founding of our country, and obviously it's not perfect. It was created by humans, and last time I checked, humans are flawed. So anything they create will be flawed, unfortunately. But when they were really adamant about education, and the type of education that they felt was really important was because people had to understand the moral foundation in order to have true self-governance. And that has so been lost, because now it's all constructivism, right? None of it is rooted in reality. None of it's rooted in natural law. And if you don't have that as the plumb line, the anchor, then you can create anything, right? And which is a funnel for technocracy, right? They can reconstruct and redefine reality, which is what they're doing. But if people were actually taught that foundational ontology, and I know, that sounds like a big philosophical word. It just means like the study of being, but really the true nature of being, the study of telos, right? What is the purpose of being? And if people were really taught that from the foundation of natural law, then this would not be so easy. Technocracy would not be an easy thing for them to implement. People would be able to fight back against it. And people would be able to do it through, again, I'm not saying the Constitution is perfect, but through constitutional restoration, they would be able to, if people were to exercise their free will. But most people don't know the first step to even take, because they haven't been taught that. If anything, they've been indoctrinated against it.
Oh, they've definitely been indoctrinated against it. I don't know if I told you this. I mean, I know George and Dan have probably heard this, but I gave a talk once about, episode America 1.0 is over. And the idea was to go back and to start having debates about, did it fail because the Constitution was corrupted? Did it fail because there were issues with first principles? And the idea was to have a whole series of debates about first principles. So, hey, is anything... And that idea fell flat, but I still think it's in that particular setting, but I still think it's important. I think it's important that...
It's very important.
That people revisit these ideas, because a lot of these technocrats, a lot of what Curtis Yarvin and Yuval Noah Harari, who I just saw, was he at some BIS conference or something, that I just retweeted a clip where he was talking about how, well, the problem with cryptocurrency is it's rooted in the lack of trust. We should have more trust in banks. And I don't even know how. I mean, he said this in public. I get, and some people probably listen to this. It's just phenomenal to me. But you have these guys, but you have a lot of these people making these unchecked statements or pushing these ideologies, and no one debates them. Right. I mean, does Yuval Harari ever debate anyone? Does Curtis Yarvin ever debate anyone, or is it just, here's my stuff? It's just adopted now, and we don't have any of those kinds of debates. Political debates. I don't know if political debates were ever really any good, but there have been some debates. I know this one that was Christopher Hitchens and Stephen Fry versus a couple people on Catholicism. I've seen some debates that were actually well structured, where it wasn't just, here's a 1 minute talking point and everybody just says whatever they're going to say. Like, we don't have any long form. And maybe don't even call it a debate, maybe call it a discussion. I don't know, but it seems like there are a lot of major topics that need to be discussed. And as we're moving into AI, as we're moving into, Silicon Valley getting now into psychedelics, and I think trying to start.
Well, they have been. I mean, they're rooted in psychedelics. I mean, that's the whole Burning Man culture, which is literally Silicon Valley.
Yeah, and now they're trying to manufacture. I'm not against psychedelics. I'm just against what the way necessarily. I'm just against the way that they're going about it. They're going about it in a very Silicon Valley way. It's like, well, how can we get involved in psychedelics in a way that it's aligned with pushing a new religion?
Well, but it has been from the inception, right? This is the Huxley's like Brave New World. That's what he said, is that it would be through these pharmaceuticals. He talks about psychedelics that we would come to love our servitude. So this has been, and I mean, it's what the ancient mystery cults used as well. They used it to create that transcendent experience to convince people that we are all one. So this is like a noosphere concept. I mean, they didn't call it that back then in the ancient mystery schools, but it was that concept. It's this pantheistic or panentheistic notion, and it is a very religious phenomena. Actually, the ayahuasca religion is accepted in the World Parliament of Religions. Traditional Judaism, traditional Christianity, not allowed. Ayahuasca religion, yay, all on board.
Where is this? What?
This is the World Parliament of Religions. So the World Parliament of Religions was started in 1883, and it had a major revival. Robert Mueller was a huge part of that back in 1993. And they work very closely with the UN. And this is part of, creating the syncretic religion, the one more, it's really to create a one world religion, because the one world religion is very useful in ushering us into a one world government. But in the theosophical soup that is the syncretic one world religion they're trying to foment, they reject monotheistic religions. So they call it Madame Blavatsky calls it the evolving perennialism. She called it the perennial philosophy. But this is what the disciples of Barbara Marx Hubbard, they call the evolving perennialism. So they've just adapted it into new thought, which is a new iteration of the New Age and of theosophy, but with a stronger focus on mentalism. Mentalism is the first principle of Hermeticism. But yeah, the Cosmoerotic Humanism book, I think I was talking about that last time, but the full title is First Principles, First Values of Evolving Perennialism, 42 Propositions on Cosmoerotic Humanism. And the whole premise is around creating a new universal moral grammar. And for homo amor, right? Homo universalis is, we're going to go from Homo sapiens to Homo universalis. But just to your point, when we talk about first principle, they understand the value of first principles and how intrinsic it is. And that's why they're asserting their first principles. But their first principles are not aligned with free will, because their first principles are collective. It's about co-creation and creating the superorganism of humanity that is connected through the internet that creates the noosphere.
Yeah, I'm seeing this now. Climate action, global ethic, indigenous peoples, next generation, peace and justice, women's dignity. I mean, this is just, right out of the sustainable development goals. This is disgusting.
Brave New World.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep. Orwellian and Brave New World. Yep. Yeah. So that's but ayahuasca religion, they're all about it. And if you look at it, a lot of Silicon Valley is creating the synthetic variation. So I got a lot of pushback, because I'm not saying I'm not one of those blanket statement type people. I understand there are people who've had great experiences with psychedelics. There are people who've been helped, and if that's you, great. It's not for me to tell you, do what works for you. But there is an agenda, and it's very clear there is an agenda. When you see, and I know I've gotten so much pushback for this, but I'll say it again. But when you start seeing furniture in the shape of mushrooms, I'm sorry, mushrooms are not pretty. You see children's clothing with mushrooms on them. They're pushing an agenda. This is pervasive. It is everywhere you look. They start doing it in the very Wizard of Oz type of kind of a feel. And you see this everywhere. So they're pushing an agenda. And then when you see that they start telling you, it was about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, they did a huge media blitz talking about how SSRIs actually cause suicidal ideation. They cause anxiety. All the things they're supposed to, quote unquote, alleviate, or, the C word. I know you're not supposed to say it on certain platforms, but, because you can't say that in pharmaceuticals. But you know what I'm saying. They would say all these things that it was supposed to do, and they said, no, it actually, there's a media blitz that came out and said that it actually do the opposite. And I said, okay, this is very strange, because remember in 1990s, they proved that SSRIs do the opposite of what it is that they're prescribed to do. They proved that in the 90s when they were writing Prozac Nation. They'd already proven it, but they did a whole, Prozac Nation was all about propaganda to get people on board, even though all these medical journals have proven that it doesn't work, and in fact, it does the opposite. But meanwhile, like a year ago, 2 years ago, whatever it was, they were doing this huge media blitz about it as if it was new information. And I'm thinking, this is very strange. There's what's going on. Why are they pushing this? Simultaneously, they're telling everybody that they should microdose, that, psilocybin and ayahuasca and all of these psychedelics can do the trick that all of these SSRIs were supposed to do. And then you start looking into it, and you've got people like Peter Thiel involved in synthetic, psychedelic or psilocybin and modified GMO weed and all of these various synthetic modalities that they have patents now on all of these various types of crops that, I'm not to say that there wasn't a whole push even for the natural variant, but now there's even bigger push. And so, but the messaging reminded me so much of Mother's Little Helpers. You saw all these like housewives who are like, oh, I'm microdosing and it gets me through the day, helps me with my ADD. And again, I'm not knocking anybody. There are people who it helps, and that's great. I support people doing things that work for them, whatever helps them, and to be the best version of themselves is great. There's clearly an agenda, and that, that's just really obvious, and especially when you start seeing their synthetic variations of these things.
Well, the whole cannabis industry has become industrialized. So, like, if anybody is, sitting in a state right now where they, they're seeing these different brands, all those brands are being packaged, grown, chopped up, packaged, by white label companies. You can, if you have enough money, you can just, come up with your own brand. And then there's these other companies that those, processing plants work with that then validate the THC levels in it. So then your brand can have, its own unique look, name, marketing program, and then validated of its potency by, a third party. So all this is just, it's unnatural medicine pushed as natural medicine.
Exactly. That's exactly right. But there is a huge push for this psychedelic movement, because it does have a tendency. I wish I could find his name, but he was such a great example of this. He was a Canadian entrepreneur who was like very, I don't want to say necessarily like conservative, but he was definitely very, very entrepreneurial, very liberty minded, very individualistic. And he did an ayahuasca trip, and he said, like, the first thing he realized is we are all one. It's like, I am God. God is within all of us. So the pantheistic religion, like, he saw it now, and he's like, I can't keep doing, what I'm doing. It's too selfish. So now, like, entrepreneurialism is selfish. He had a whole 180. I mean, and this is, I'm not saying it happens to everybody, but this is a huge part of what this push is about. This is exactly what Huxley wrote about. And it's what Bertrand Russell talked about. It's so many of these writers going back. This is what Lord Birkenhead talked about like 100 years ago would happen. So, I mean, this has been a huge part of the agenda for a very long time. And really, if you look at the ancient mystery cults, they knew this. That's why they used two of the primary modalities that they used in order to control people and to pull people into the oneness, if you will, because that's what they call it. The UN literally has symposiums on this, manifesting the oneness, but that's what they call it. But the two main ones were trauma-based mind control, which, I think we talked about this a little bit last week, and then the other one is these type of transcendent drug experiences. which can be very traumatic for a lot of people. Like I said, some people can be helped by them, but a lot of people are traumatized and never return. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the particular substance and obviously how it's taken. Because I mean, ayahuasca and psilocybin are not necessarily recreational. I mean, people are not. I've done ayahuasca once, and it is an interesting experience. The best way I could describe it is, you know, if you have, it feels like if you have some energetic block. Well, I do think we store emotions clearly physically.
Yeah.
And ayahuasca will find wherever you're storing something that you, when you're conscious, are not dealing with or addressing, it finds what that is. That's the best way I can describe what it gets at.
That can be steered in many ways, right? So they're using it as a tool because it can be useful to help steer people, to control people. So they're doing this in Prospera right now using technology. So you don't even need to take an ayahuasca or a psychedelic. They're using virtual reality headsets to create the experience of having a trip. And they're doing it for the same reason. It's because you can, you're more likely to create this kind of a transcendent experience that can have a transformational, and I put that in quotes, that like the transformation workshops. What the transformation workshops are brainwashing. So I'm not saying that people can't have a good experience and that it can't help people. It can, and everybody's different in that regard. A lot of that has to do with not just, I don't think the substance as much as it has to do with, I mean, the substance may have some varying degree of relevance, but it's more about the environment, the person, you know, certainly brain chemistry, but also like how it's being administered. So if you have somebody leading you, I mean, like a lot of these people do through these shamans who lead you on these journeys, and if they're leading you on a quote unquote spiritual retreat towards the oneness, they're indoctrinating you, they're brainwashing you into this philosophy. And that is part of what they want to use it for, because it is a tool to do that. Like when they talk about how a lot of Silicon Valley talks about this, they talk about how these drugs will help to integrate the brain, so they create, you know, more integrated neural activity. Well, that's also what happens to schizophrenics. Like your brain is actually supposed to be compartmentalized. It's not supposed to be all integrated. That's actually schizophrenia. It's also that's what when they do trauma-based mind control, that's part of how they try to create the schizophrenics. They did this through MK Ultra. They were intentionally trying with the LSD. That's what they were intentionally trying to create. So they ended up creating a lot of dissociative personality disorders instead, but.
So I look at these things, yeah, psilocybin and ayahuasca, kind of like in this autonomy reboot concept. So the idea here is there's understanding what programs have already been installed, and so that you can understand what's going on, and you can start to reclaim your free will. And it's kind of like everything that we talk about. You know, digital currencies could either be something that enable you to engage in private commerce without third parties, or it can be used for a complete technocratic digital control grid. Right. I think that that psychedelics are similar, and the problem is, because you're right, it is all about how they're administered, because there's a shaman, there's a whole process, there's who else is in the group, and the problem is, and this is why I've said this several times, that, you know, I started looking at this stuff and I'm like, okay, what are the examples of where everybody, I mean, it's been known for a long time that you can reprogram your own subconscious, right? It's been known that we are programmed, and that you can go in and you can address this. But what are the examples of where the people that do understand this are helping people in a way where they're not directing it with a specific outcome in mind? And I think the same is true with psychedelics. And the problem is that Silicon Valley will make modifications to these drugs that have a completely different outcome, kind of like GMO, right? They are GMO.
Some of them are GMO and some of them are synthetic, like full on synthetic. Yeah.
it's synthetic, and then they will deliver it. They'll figure out, and this will be classic Silicon Valley, right? They'll figure out a way to make it synthetic, but that somehow it has to be administered through some, through a licensed psychologist or a therapist or whatever that has some methodology.
People are
that they
getting degrees in this. They're getting degrees in like ketamine theory, ketamine therapy, psychedelic therapy, psilocybin therapy. Yeah.
And that's the problem.
And those people are being trained. What are they being indoctrinated with in school? Those people, the therapists. I mean, that they're not being indoctrinated with free will as your first principle. I guarantee that. They're not being. They're being taught this whole, Gaia narrative, the DEI, all of this garbage.
Yeah, to recite the Red Book.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jung's Red Book. Exactly. That's right. Which is Mithraism. The thing with Silicon Valley is that they're using both. I mean, it's not just the synthetic variations, but it's they for a long time. I mean, this was what they were studying. This is Esalen, right? This is the whole counterculture movement. This is what the CIA was studying with LSD. This has been going on for a very long time. So now, with the psychedelics, I think that with the synthetic variant, I think that has more to do with money and with synthetic biology. But yeah, there's a real agenda with this. I'm not saying that it can't be used for. Like I said, there are people, and I know people who've had good experiences and who can use it to break trauma, break free, release the fascia. Because a lot of trauma is stored. One of the best books on this is Bessel van der Kolk, The Body Keeps the Score. It's a really, I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a really intense book. I literally cried through it. Like it's rare that I'll like cry reading, like full on sobbing reading a book, but it's very, very intense. He worked with a bunch of people with post-traumatic stress disorder. Releasing trauma physically, somatically, and
Can you repeat the title again?
Yeah, The Body Keeps the Score. Bessel van der Kolk.
All right, I'm adding it right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great book, a very intense book, but it is a great book. I absolutely believe that. I mean, as somebody who was born with all the physical challenges that I was born with, like I used to do speeches on movement as a metaphor for life and talking about using physical training as a teacher to help people overcome adversity in other areas of life. I very much attribute a lot of my being able to develop coping mechanisms and compensation for my physical challenges to movement. And I've like cried in workouts for no reason at all. And I think it's just trauma release. So I'm a huge believer in that. I don't think that that's made up. I don't think that that's junk science. I think that's, I think there's a lot of evidence to support that. And I've experienced it. But that's not to say that there is an agenda, isn't an agenda going on with it. And this agenda it's just not new. I think the counterculture movement is kind of the most, popularized narrative that we have. But this goes all the way back to the ancient mysteries, like thousands of years ago.
Yep.
But like anything, any tool can be used for good or not. So, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that there's an agenda. And so
there is an agenda. There is an agenda. The problem is people aren't going to be able to use these things unless it's through a licensed thing that has an agenda. That's the only way you're going to have access to these things legally. That is the actual challenge with this. This actually ties to the owning nothing thing because it relates to the fact that, we don't have the ability to engage in voluntary arrangements without having all of these other parties involved in the middle in terms of regulation and defining what's contractually allowed and what's not. And that's going to impinge this. Obviously, this is why we have, you've probably, I'm sure, studied this more than I have, but just when you look at the gender reassignment thing, this thing was all, follow the money and then follow the distribution channels for this. In fact, these are going to be the same people that are going to be selling these synthetic psychedelics. This whole movement was manufactured And I know Tavistock was a big part of that as well, but it was completely manufactured. And if they're willing to do that, what else are they willing to do and able to do? So yeah, if you have these licensed therapists, imagine giving kids psychedelics and then directing them. That is a horrible situation. And unfortunately, this is why I promote voluntarism, because it's very hard to find examples at this point of where laws are actually protecting or helping people. They're almost all malicious at this point.
Yeah. This is one of his speeches. It was from 1962, Aldous Huxley at Berkeley. He says that there will be, in the next generation or so, pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorship without tears, so to speak, producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire society, so that people will, in fact, have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it, because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution.
So you'll desire nothing and be happy?
Yeah, there you have it. Yep.
Well, you'll like this. Elon Musk just posted something. Where is it? I mean, this is the problem with this. He doesn't. Oh, now why did that post shot? Now I have to dig through and find it. He basically said AI is going to. Oh, here we go. AI is absolutely going to one-shot the human limbic system. That said, I predict.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I predict counterintuitively that it will, quote, increase the birth rate. Mark my words. Also, we're going to program it that way.
And I quote tweeted it, and I said, it looks like the robo wombs are going to be quite busy.
Yeah,
the China's robo womb, and they're saying that it's going to be around the equivalent of like $14,000. That's cheaper than IVF. That's crazy.
Yep. That is crazy, but it's also crazy that he's stating. I've talked about this before. When before he bought Twitter, he talked about how social media companies were just manipulating people's limbic systems, and that's all they were doing. And he actually was pretty derogatory about it. And now he's sitting here saying, yeah, AI is going to one-shot the human limbic system. And mark my words, they're going to program it for increasing the birth rate. He's outright stating they're going to use AI to manipulate people. And well, what does this have? 44,000 likes, 9.6 million views. What, nobody has an issue with this? This is like blatant, outright. So you want to know where the programming, this is the problem. People think that they're free. They have free speech now. And these AI algorithms are much worse than the mainstream media. They're much worse than anything that we previously had. And they're worse because people don't think that there's censorship. They actually think they're free. But, he doesn't even mind now.
Not only that, but that their opinions are being manufactured. That was my whole thesis in the algorithmic oracle. That, like, their thoughts aren't even their own. They're being programmed through cybernetic feedback loops.
Yep. And he's stating that, and it's popular.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
People are sharing it. It's crazy.
I mean, how do we counteract this? I mean, this is one of the problems that I have. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to do more content and everything else, but realistically, 90% of my traffic comes from X at this point. I mean, I'm going to build it out on other platforms, but what? Tether owned, Rumble. I mean,
103,333,333 worth. Yeah. That told me that's crazy. That's how many shares they have. It's $775 million that they invested, but it's 333,333 shares. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, so it's very tough because Elon knows how much he can program. He already knows. He's already doing it. He's already manipulating it. And like I said, when I just changing the algorithm, now I'm back to, I mean, I know that there's stuff that I write that should get a lot more traffic, and it just doesn't even get any reach, and it's completely determined algorithmically. And then stupid stuff will I mean, I joked one time I put out a meme. I think I mentioned this last time that, what's his name? Larry Silverstein had an insurance on the Baltimore Bridge for $1 trillion. And like people were reposting it on TikTok and it was getting hundreds of thousands, millions of views. I'm like, and people are actually believing this. I'm like, what is wrong? So,
crazy.
It's all rage baiting, or it has to be fake or whatever. Yes. And that's how the algorithms work. And they can tweak the algorithms however they want. I don't know. We've not been successful at building durable alternatives to this. I mean, every time somebody starts, I know there are new social networks and everything, and it's just tough. It's really tough to get any traction.
To break through. Oh, so the term psychedelic, by the way, was actually coined by Osman in his letters to Huxley, and that led to those letters led to Huxley writing *The Doors of Perception*, which I think was published in 1954. That's kind of an interesting little fun fact, but yeah. Yeah, so how do we get the word out and get to people? It's a very, very good question. This is where I do think some like grassroots and in-person stuff is really valuable, because there is still something to be said for word of mouth. This is why I say that people who can take some local action should, and also people who can create alternative solutions and, be working, through some word of mouth, not just social media, and because so much of that is algorithmically determined. I think we should use every avenue possible. I'm not saying stop the social media. Obviously, use whatever vehicle you can to get the word out. But I think people underestimate the power of word of mouth, and that still is quite powerful. People, who actually know each other and care about each other, spreading the word.
Yeah, it's the question. I always look at it as the technocrats are going faster than we are, and so what's the most efficient thing to do, or what are the most efficient things to do? So I'm not doing in person, but I'm going to do one a month, and I'm going to change the criteria, because I've done a lot of in person where it's I don't know, it's dead energy. That's what a lot of these conferences feel like to me. And maybe part of it is,
I don't disagree. And it's so expensive too. It's expensive, time consuming. Yeah.
But I would totally do a road show if we were at the point where we were about to do that. We had like 20 different cities to do these CBDC workshops, and I would definitely do that as part of it. But again, only, I guess at this point, there was the one thing about the Red Pill Expo is, I know G. Edward Griffin said, well, this audience is already aware of all of these issues. They're desperately looking for solutions. That was very clear out of that. Everybody was already aware of all of this, but nobody had any solutions. So if we focused on solutions and were something where people could, I actually think that could be effective, and then figure out a way. When we were doing these workshops, and when we found that part of how we would organize them, and we would organize them organically. So if somebody had a venue, because as you know, with these things, the venue is the most expensive. Well, if you're doing it at a hotel, you're automatically, it's almost now impossible. So, we had the Calvary Church. We did one in Silicon Valley, and we would find people that would either put up the venue for free, or it would cost like $150 or $200. Great. And so the events would form organically. And so then the people that were there were actually they weren't paying large amounts of money. I was charging like $50 or whatever. And we were giving people crypto and gold. So this was not a money. We were just trying to cover our costs, but by getting people involved in helping to organize and host the event, then they actually even have more buy-in. So there are ways of doing it.
Yeah.
But it's just, but I do want to, I do want to make sure that we're actually helping people afterwards, where it's like, okay, are people able to engage with things? And this is why we need to bring more solutions, I guess a broader set of solutions to the table, and give people more options, and make it easy for them to figure out what these options are. Because, the technocratic option is going to be plainly there for them to to use with or without their consent in an emergency.
If they're already being funneled right in, so yeah, that's already being rolled out. We definitely need to come up with the alternative. Yeah. Well, I think there are. I think whatever self-sufficiency people can build is really important as well. I know not everybody is in a position to do that, but people who can like farm and homeschool, these kind of things are, where the less dependent they are on the centralized infrastructure main system is great. And that's where community building, I think, is important as well, because not everybody can do everything. So, if you just think about like old-fashioned bartering, somebody makes soaps and somebody else, milks cows, and, I'm being, not the best example, but, like everybody's got their thing because not everybody can do everything. So this is where a community building, I think, really does come into play. And I think that whatever people can do to be self-sufficient right now is great.
This is why I like the idea of creating marketplaces where, because one of the challenges with local is actually getting enough people to have enough critical mass. Yeah. But it doesn't have to be that way. You could actually have a situation. You could have an international marketplace for food freedom where people could sell their products anywhere. So you could use it locally, but you're not confined to locally. And that's part of what I think. If we need a bunch of marketplaces like this, is why there's a lot of opportunity for these types of things. And I've singled out healthcare and food as being probably the top two because they're the most critical, and I think they're the easiest points for the technocrats to keep people trapped. Actually, money, food, and healthcare, because again, once it goes digital, then if you're presented with, hey, you're going to lose all your money, or you can take the CBDC, programmable CBDC, then if people hadn't made other plans, then it's going to be pretty easy for them to convince themselves that they have no choice.
Right.
And the same is true with healthcare. I mean, again, to me, it's I look forward to, I hope this OwnNothing site, I hope I can figure out a way to represent and actually even figure out, because it did occur to me, it's insane that you go into a hospital and they don't tell you the price until afterwards, and that the pricing that they give you is like, how is that even a thing? And yet, and this is one of the largest components of the GDP and one of the largest components of people's budgets, and they have no contractual rights or no transparency. And
well, and they also, I mean, the fear campaign, I just interviewed somebody. I won't go into the whole details of it just because of the platforms. I don't want to get you taken down. But he had a major health scare. Unfortunately, he's somebody who is, very connected in the alternative health space. So he had a lot of doctors who could make house calls and help him out. But pretty much they told him he had the C illness, and that, he had no choice except to have surgery. And again, I'll spare you the details, but people can use their imaginations. And they told him they had no choice. And he didn't even know that the very routine procedure that most people think you have to have once you hit 40, which is pretty young, it can puncture holes in your organs, it can kill you actually. And it's not even that rare that it happens, that it causes all these complications. And they tell you it's a routine procedure that everybody has to have. And they kept telling him it would be life-saving. And he ended up saying he didn't want this. He felt that he was already getting better within a few days. And they said, well, we're going to have to kick you out. And they were trying to tell him how expensive this was going to be, and that he was going to die. He was going to die, and he was going to be racked with bills that he could never pay. And so they were scaring him with the two things that most people are going to say, okay, my hands are tied, I have to do this. He rejected it. He ended up finding natural treatments, and he's, God willing, he's okay. He's feeling great. He's fine now. But this is really how they get most people, right? They tell you that without us, you're going to die. You need our treatment. Or they tell you that it's going to be so expensive that, you have no other choice. And they don't even tell you that cost until you're at a point where they're telling you you're going to die and this is the only option. So yeah, that is how they get most people. And it's a huge racketeering scheme.
No, it is. I mean, the fact mammograms, I mean, you know, how many diagnostic tests actually in general cause the underlying problem?
Yeah. And they've now shown that, I don't want to be super graphic, but they've shown that pap smears, which they like push this on teenage girls, like this is from a very young age. The brush, the thing that they line the brush with, they've proven causes the C word. So, and they're pushing this on teens. Like that's,
yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So trying to document that. So again, because then we all know so many people that have a job because they think they need this health insurance, and it's not, and that's a thing. And then where did that come from? This comes from World War II and having, you know, wages frozen. Like it's incredible that, and again, no one ever revisits it. No one knows about it. Nobody thinks about it. Or I always like posting periodically. I like posting around the first notice about Social Security, where it said, oh, it'll be 1% of you. There's no guarantee you're going to get anything back. I mean, you look at the way people negotiate it, talk about it right now, and it's like, this is not what you signed up for. And no one, and so how it becomes an entitlement. I mean, people talk about how a bill becomes a law. How does something become an entitlement? There's a process for you.
Yeah, right.
How a Ponzi scheme becomes an entitlement, but it's crazy that people don't think about how things work. And again, there's a general assumption that it must have been well-intentioned people, and that's never the case. And
insurance is like a rebrand of the cartels protecting the East Indian British Company. This is not well intended for your best interest. This is not for your health.
No, it's not for your health at all. I was talking about that earlier and on top of that, it's not even a business. I mean, you're told how much you can charge, what the difference is that you can charge, how much you have to have in reserves. If you have too much, they tax it as an excess tax. If you don't have enough, they shut you down. You're told the schedule. How is that even a business? You're not even making any decisions. You're not. The funniest thing for me. So how does an insurance company make money? Well, they make money by collecting premiums and holding the premiums longer, mostly holding the premiums longer than they pay out the claims and earning interest. Yep, like it's something where the business model is based on lying and being inefficient, which in a market would never even be allowed to exist. So it's not a business.
No,
it's OPM. It's other people's money. They take other people's money, invest it, and they can't lose.
That's right.
And then they don't provide, and there's no part of their business that's actually financially incentivized to improve people's health. And I know this. So I started a company that used financial incentives to reward people for actually improving their health. And United Healthcare, Aetna, and Cigna were all interested in acquiring it. And I had conversations with them, but what they wanted to do was take my business, which was about measuring success and taking the healthcare cost savings and spreading it between the employer, the employee, and us. We were gain sharing the savings. And all they wanted to do was buy it for the brand, strip away the incentives so that they could say that they had a wellness program, so that when they were, competitively bidding, they could say, oh yeah, we have this kind of program. They had no interest in maintaining the delivery of the program or operating the incentives in any one of these cases. And then, then you start to study the insurance model. This is probably too dorky, but for fully insured. So most of the time, insurance companies aren't even collecting premiums and paying out claims or taking the risk themselves. They're working with self-insured clients. So larger employers actually take the financial risk. They're just using the insurance company as an administrator. Yeah. And in the cases where they are working with fully insured customers, the typical customer is only with them for 18 months. So they're not willing to make any investment for any kind of long-term health, because usually either the employee is going to leave the company or switch or whatever. And so what they're looking for small companies that fully insure is just to be able to check the box and say that they have something. They don't actually care about improving the underlying health. It's not built into the incentive structure or the financial model at all, period. Yeah. So I could rant about that for a long time, but I hope this site, people like the site. Again, it's not ready yet, but it's, my goal in revising it is going to be to make it even easier to display this information, making it easier for people to share their personal stories. I at one point, was talking to, well, it's funny now in retrospect, to Milo, who was working with Kanye West, because I wanted to talk to Kanye West about being debanked. And I was actually arranging a trip to go out there, but then he went nuts or whatever, went over to Japan, and that never happened.
His MK Ultra, breakdown.
Yeah, with this MK Ultra breakdown, and there's some other people. I probably shouldn't even mention it on here now, but there's some other people related to they're tied to crypto that should be examined. But that's a whole other story for another day. But yeah, being able to share these stories and aggregate these stories. And George knows I've been talking about trying to do this for a long time. Technically, it was difficult. It was much more difficult to do some of these things. But the whole idea of being able to share, for people to be able to share these kinds of stories of getting ripped off with these contracts, and then essentially being able to show that they don't own anything. If you could aggregate that and not have it censored, it would be incredibly powerful. I don't know how long. I've got to figure out how to make it. I mean, it'll be open source, but I don't want to make it too hard to use, but it's something that these kinds of solutions and tools hopefully will wake people up.
Great.
It's looking over the site. It reminds me of the Crony Awards.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I did when we were at the Atlas Society, we did a Crony Capitalism Award. We had 4 different categories: who's the most crony politician, the most crony corporation, the most crony regulator. I think, as I recall, the winners were Warren Buffett, the SEC, the IRS, and I can't remember. There was who won the 4th category. It was like Obama or something. But it was. I was hoping there would be more interest. The one thing that I realized about all of that is we're at a point where people don't understand the difference between capitalism and cronyism. Completely do not understand the difference. Almost to the point where even some libertarians are like, well, cronyism is just the way that it works. It's antithetical to your whole philosophy, but you're okay with it. Mm-hmm. And I actually think young people have no idea. Well, I mean, it would be pretty hard to if these people worship Trump. Trump is cronyism, so it would be very difficult to even point out the difference. But I'm hoping that the difference, hopefully, with this one is that people will share their own personal stories about how they were affected by these contracts. And it doesn't take too many of the Disney stories to get around where all of a sudden now, all right, people will look at this like, oh, wait a minute, this is what this agreement says. This is what maybe I should start looking at this.
Well, once we get the site all tuned up and we go from alpha to beta, or maybe even sooner, we start to reach out to the lawyers that are all over YouTube and social media, because I'm sure they have a lot of stories on how these click wrap agreements have to be fought in court. So I'm not even talking right at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if any of them will talk, I haven't found that lawyers usually don't like to serve as activists unless they're getting paid. That's a whole other. You know what? We should do lawyers retainer agreements. We should have that as a section.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Then we won't have their help at all.
Yeah. Well,
I wonder if Don Grande would be helpful.
I bet he would. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be great. I think
he would be great. Yeah, no, and I'd love to expose the whole great taking thing, because that's a complicated one to explain. But if there's a way to,
he does a great job. He really does.
Yeah, but if there's a way to say, oh, hey, you have Fidelity. Oh, here's their score. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe now I see it without having to go through a lot of legal language. This is why I'm hoping the scoring system or whatever, and then the key for me is like programming it in a way that it translates it properly, but that isn't inaccurate. So obviously I got to put a lot of disclaimers here, or people are going to get upset.
Right. Yeah. I think it's great. I'm excited. Yeah.
I'm excited too. Well, I know it's getting late, and I don't know where you are. I know you're in a hotel, but
yeah, I'm in Dallas, so yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'll get going. But yeah, thank you for having me, and thank you for what you're doing. I think this is great. So
yeah, thank you, and I look forward to the 27th. I guess
27th. Yes.
Wood, so.
We'll start doing some promo. I think while we're here, we're going to make some graphics and promote it. So I'll share that with you, and we can spread the word.
Oh yeah, I will promote it
live, so people should bring their questions, and yeah,
I will promote it widely.
Yeah, awesome.
Awesome. All right.
All right.
Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Bye, George.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
It's all binding, buddy, sign after sign. The devil's got a lawyer and he's working for free. You'll rent your own shadow for a monthly fee. Ain't no pen, ain't no face, just a phantom contract in a database. Agree, agree, that's the key. You don't know nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a finger, blood on the screen. Terms and conditions in a corporate dream. They'll leash you the sunlight, the shoes on your feet. They'll auction your laughter down on Market Street. A box unchecked is a door that won't open. The future's foreclosed and the contract's been spoken. Click wrap chains, man, they never break. Even God signed once by mistake. Agree, agree, that's the key. You don't know nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a finger, blood on the screen. Terms and conditions in a corporate dream. Step right up, don't be shy. Scroll down the page, let your freedom die. No exit door, no midnight train. Just a click here, tattoo carved into your brain. Agree, agree, that's the key. You don't know nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a finger, blood on the screen. Terms and conditions in a corporate dream. You're mine now.
They said it's for safety. They said it's for peace. But they put the cage up first, then they hid the keys.
Roger V 109.